Oh, the year was 1778. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. A letter of marque came from the king to the scummiest vessel I've ever seen. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Oh, well, Sid Barrett cried the town. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. For 20 brave men, all fishermen, who would make for him the Antelope's crew. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. The Antelope sloop was a sickening sight. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. She'd a list to the port and her sails in rags, and the cook in the scuppers with the staggers and jags. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. On the King's birthday we put to sea. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. We were 91 days to Montego Bay, pumping like madmen all the way. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. On the 96th day we sailed again. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. When a bloody great Yankee hove in sight, with our cracked 4-pounders we made to fight. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. The Yankee lay low down with gold. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. She was broad and fat and loose in stays, but to catch her took the Antelope 2 whole days. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Then at length we stood 2 cables away. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Our cracked 4-pounders made an awful din, but with one fat ball the Yanks stove us in. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. The Antelope shook and pitched on her side. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Barrett was smashed like a bowl of eggs, and the main truck carried off both men eggs. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. So here I lay in my 23rd year. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. It's been 6 years since we sailed away, and I just made Halifax yesterday. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers.
I'm gonna have to do like a 50-minute gym day on Monday if I make these.
Not just Monday, like every day of the week after
Oh,
that.
God. Yeah.
You're Canadian today. Hey.
So I was thinking, because I don't know if you have plans for your Canada Day stream, Fred, but I might make butter tarts.
Oh, nice. I already
And I
had chicken waffle poutine, maple syrup poutine today.
Jinkies.
That was my dinner.
Yeah, it was good.
That
So
was my
good.
one meal for the whole day. I'm not eating anything else today. It was so much food. It was basically a whole breast of southern fried chicken on top of waffle fries, gravy, and poutine, and maple syrup.
Well, I think I'm gonna go to the store here shortly, get stuff for the tarts, set everything up here on my desk, and then do a really shady webcam thing while you're working. You just put me up on the corner like normal, and I'll just make butter tarts on your stream for Canada Day.
You can do that.
Get a little electric burner for your desk.
Oh, well, I just need my,
Where, are you gonna webcam it?
yeah. A Let's Bake on Canada Day.
Absolutely. I will totally corner you up.
Mm-hmm. I'll bring down my little convection oven from upstairs.
You're just gonna have the
So we
camera
can
on
watch
the
it bake.
oven. That's awesome. Perfect.
We'll watch it bake.
I thought you were gonna just like have the webcam like put on a metal collar around your neck with like a selfie stick sticking out from it, like those Fear Factor cameras that are like just tracked to your face, where your head stays perfectly still in the shot and everything around you moves around. You're like, okay, oh god, I'm running away from it, guys. Holy shit, that was so scary. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
It
yeah.
looks really weird and disorienting because like the person doesn't move at all. Oh, Gordon Lightfoot died last month.
Who was that?
The folk singer did the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. I didn't even hear it. Surely that, I don't know, man. It's weird that like a lot of famous people, when they die, you don't even hear about it now. Or if you do, it's for like 10 seconds. Like used to, it'd be like a whole week of people being like, oh man, R.I.P. Now it's just like, yep, he died. Anyway. Gordon Meredith Lightfoot Jr. Yeah, the chicken head camera, the stabilization. But anyway, that would be a great idea. I'll stick you down in the corner.
Yeah. Well, if that's what's going on, I'm gonna clear up my desk, head to the store, come back, and we're gonna bake some butter
For
tarts
real,
for
do
Canada
it.
Day.
You
Yeah,
aren't
for
gonna-
real.
You aren't
I'll be
going
right
to put
back.
raisins in, are you?
No, I'm.
Not that there's
I mean,
anything wrong with that, but butter
Is that
tarts
tradition?
just no, like at the store they sell half with and half without. Like you can buy them with raisins and without, but some people do like raisins in them. Some people put raisins in their rice pudding. I get it. I don't hate raisins, just like I don't hate pickles, but if you put so many pickles on a hamburger that it just steals the stage light, the spotlight from everything else in the burger, then yeah, I don't like it.
The only time I appreciate raisins is when it's on like ants on a log. I don't know, like that's the only time my
Celery,
body will
peanut
tolerate
butter, and that's all right.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really even the flavor. The flavor is very dull and old compared to ways that you sweeten and do stuff nowadays, but it's really just the texture.
All right, I'm gonna get set up. I'll be back in a little while.
Yeah, I think my plan's gonna be take the dog for a walk and then fire up Civilization 6, play as Canada, and dominate the world with hockey rinks and tourism.
There's city skylines with Tim Hortons add-on.
Yeah, that'd be an idea as well.
Just
Build a city
nothing
of
in the
Tim
entire
Hortons
city but
CN
Tim
Tower.
Hortons. Your entire city has like a chemical dependency on caffeine.
Yep.
Like crippling. The city runs on The world runs on Duncan, except for north of the border. One thing I like, even as a kid, when I hated raisins, Raisinets were all right. Chocolate-covered raisins, like, I had no problem with. Whenever we would go see a movie and my parents would get Raisinets or whatever, I'd still eat them. Didn't care. But if raisins were in anything else, if I had to eat something that someone's grandma made to be polite, I could do it, but it just, I don't know, raisins would ruin it. Creepy smiles, dead eyes, selling me weak coffee. It's definitely going to be an experience. I don't know, I want to... I'm not trying to make like the Death Stranding of cartoons or whatever, like some new experience you never thought that you would like. But I do want to, like, I'm willing to make the first episode of my cartoon in a way that a lot of people will not like it and be like, what the fuck did I just watch? That was kind of boring and nothing really happened. I want that. No one does that with their work because, you know, producers and deadlines and ratings. I want to sacrifice the reception of my first episode of The Violence to make it exactly how I want it to be. I don't know how to explain it, but it's going to be very slow, almost like ASMR. It's going to be very, very extremely slow burn. Second episode, not so much. Don't worry, like I think I only want the episodes to be like 15 minutes long. I'll compromise, otherwise I'm going to sink. But the first episode, it's going to be very, very low energy, very quiet, very calm. Couple of weird things happening in it, but when the episode's over, you're going to be like, what? That was like...
Oh, hey.
Hey,
Real quick,
what's up?
before you go on, you got game Diablo 4 on your overlay. And
Oh,
taking a
right,
small
my
break from
info.
animating. Yeah, just wanted to throw that out there before I
Thank
step out.
you.
No problem.
Done and... done. Thank you. Yeah, it's not going to be like a meditation video where there's just an image on the screen for 8 minutes of the cartoon. There's still going to be a lot of stuff going on and detail and things being animated. But you know, if James comes home and makes tea or something, that might be 3 or 4 minutes of the episode. And there will be something else going on. Like, If you liked episode 2 of A Fox in Space, I'm talking about the difference between episode 1 and episode 2. In episode 2, there is an extremely large amount of exposition if you're paying attention. Even if you don't play Star Fox, I've had over 100 comments by people now saying, like, there's so much exposition in this and I caught so much of it. I've never played a Star Fox game in my life, but I want to know more about these characters. So I know it's not just like 2 or 3 people being nice to me. I want to focus on something like that. It won't be picked up by an algorithm. If the algorithm is as far removed from it is now compared to how it was 6 years ago, yeah. I'll be surprised if episode 3 of my cartoon breaks 100,000 views by the time it comes out, if the algorithm keeps going the way that it's going. But I don't rely on that. I don't care. So I tell people, one of these days, like, if you make all of your money on YouTube, one of these days you're gonna get your paycheck and it's gonna be 10% of what it's been for the past 8 years or whatever. That's gonna suck. So I'm telling you, that algorithm shit. I already know a bunch of well-known animators that are already making all of their money on Patreon. It sucks. What can you do about it?
Well, I am gonna have to step over.
Sure. Take the puppy for a
bad tennis.
you know what.
Yeah. I said yeah.
Well, a walk. You can't hear me.
He's getting pretty upset that I haven't fulfilled what I promised to him.
Oh, he's been sitting there this whole time waiting for you to take.
Yeah, he's been sitting here and just the
Nice.
whole time. Oh, right? You want to tell everyone what a mean daddy I am because I'm not taking you for a walk yet? Let them know. Do you want to let them know? Yeah, you got an audience here to complain to. You're not gonna fuss now? Yeah. What's up? Yeah, I know I'm so mean. Anyway, I'll take him. Talk to you in a bit.
Baby. Yeah, I would hope to get there someday. Set the lighting to, oh. One sec. Oh, that's not the lighting effect, it's the filter effect in OBS. I'm sorry, I'm trying to change something and yeah, okay, that's what it was. Or I could hop on. I'm well dressed. Yo, like, yeah, fuck it. Fuck it! We'll do it live! Fucking thing sucks! Flesh cam. Yeah, sure, why not? I ain't got anywhere to be today. Though I do need to get some water. Let me fill up my rocket cup. I'll be right back. Flesh cam. That had to be a website in the 90s that involved gratuitous credit card payments. All right. Hi. Are we coming in clear? All right. I've already, what's the word? I've already sentenced myself to a life of never being number one. I'm never going to have 1 million subscribers on YouTube. But I believe that keeping my intentions pure and not just, this isn't me saying that everybody on YouTube's shitty and untalented or anything like that. That's not what I'm getting at. I think that like people who, I'm more referring to people who feel that they're a slave to the algorithm, and they have to like, oh, what is the thing everyone's talking about this week? Oh, I've got to make a puppet about this guy. Like someone making puppet shows and doing something that's really cool, but then they're like, well, I need more subscribers, so they start making puppets of Andrew Tate and Elon Musk and start doing like political puppet shows and just going with whatever the algorithm is feeding them. I think it sucks something out of you. I don't know. Now to dabble in that while you're still working on your pet project, there's nothing wrong with that. But if that ever becomes all that you do, that you sit at home and you don't have a pet project and you're just like, okay, what am I gonna make? What am I gonna make? What's hot in the algorithm right now? And like that's it. That's, I don't know. It's like the art equivalent of writing jokes for Saturday Night Live as a comedian. If I got a job writing jokes for Saturday Night Live, yeah, sure, that'd be pretty cool. It'd be like soulless, because same thing. You're like, what happened in news last week? Gotta make news skit and whatever. And if that's something like, even if it's just what you do to make money, you ask somebody like, oh, so what do you do? Like, well, I work at Checkers and flip burgers. Like, no, not what you do for a living. What do you do? Like, what's your thing? What are you trying to get off the ground? I don't give a fuck if you clean toilets or pump people's gas. Like, what do you do? And I feel like making comedy skits about like whatever's going on in the news. Oh, the Queen died. Got to do a Queen thing. Oh, Elon Musk is doing thing with Jeff Bezos. Mark Zuckerberg. Got to make a thing about that. Like, if that's how you make your money, great. But like, what are you doing outside of that? That's what I'm curious about. I know I'm kind of going on a tangent with that, but I feel it's very, very important to chase your own stuff, even if it's just on the side. It's my protein tube. This is just my headphone cord, my microphone cord, and they're on a little, the little VR cable management zip tie or little zippy garrote wire things that pull out. Just keeps it off the ground. Annoys the piss out of me when I gotta do that. I should show you this. Check it out. This is this big wooden thing. I know you can't see all of it, but it's this big wooden boomerang shaped thing that I have my soundboard, my keyboard, and my drawing tablet like Velcroed to, and a little cushion on the bottom here. Was I getting interference from the USB cables? That's weird. But yeah, I take this with me. If I drive on a road trip, I put this in the back of my car. Because it's all wireless, except for the MIDI thing, but I could do that if I wanted. If I go on the road, I just take my work laptop with me, hook it up to the HDMI in the hotel room I have, and then I set this big wooden thing on my lap in any chair or sitting up in the hotel bed, in the floor, cross-legged, like whatever. It is. It looks like a big wooden pallet, and it's got a little hole in it for me to stick my pen in, see? I drilled a hole through it. It's just a little $29.99 thing on Amazon, just a laptop desk. And then I got a little bitty laptop desk thing underneath it. Can't really tell, but it's a smaller one, same shape, but I Velcroed that to the top one because it's got a cushion on it. So it looks like a little mushroom. Let me draw it on here, it's kind of fun. So it's this big wooden thing. And it's got a smaller wooden thing underneath it. Let's see if I can just... And it's Velcroed, so it's stuck here. So this is the cushion thing here that when I'm, you know, sitting with my legs like this in the chair underneath, this thing provides comfort. And then I've got my keyboard, you know, down here. I've got my MIDI soundboard, the thing that has all the noises and stuff on it up here. And then I have my drawing tablet here, my Deco 03. And a little hole where I can stick my tablet pen when I'm not using it. And this goes with me everywhere I go. If I drive somewhere, if I go to a convention, I'm probably sitting at that convention just in the hotel room working on shit. And it's like, I don't know, my own little invention. And nothing's glued to it. It's all Velcro, the command strips where you can just pull the backs off of them, and it's like they were never even there. So if I wanted my Keychron keyboard to come off of this thing, I just pulled the command strips off of it. Just a little goofy thing that I made. Or you can buy one off Amazon for like $700. The Gamer Lap Desk from Monster Energy Drinks. Sponsored logo stickers available. Yeah, nah. Anyway. Happy Canada Day. Canada Day. Canada Day. It's hard to say. Rex did a lot of work. Ramsker, you have a friend who graduated from a Polish animation school? Does that mean they speak Polish? Just let me bring up the scene because the first cold open scenes of my cartoon, there are going to be 5 or 6 or 7 Polish speaking lizard characters. I play this every now and then, but I'm still trying to, there we go. I've got it. 'cause I might be looking for one or two more voice actors. I don't know if any of his Polish animation school education involved voice acting, or if he knows some guys or girls that could lend their voice for the next scene I'm gonna animate. I'm always looking for people who know anyone in the field, really. But they're like specifically Polish. There's going to be characters that speak Polish in this cartoon. And I've got one or two voice actors lined up on Fiverr, but no one that I've spoken to yet. But if you followed the first, here, let me just go back to the beginning. If you followed the first episode, the second episode, you know that Wolf stole a ship from his friends, from Bill, from his hangar where he used to work. And there, it leaves you with, the question of like, why the fuck did he do that? What did he steal it for? And the cold open in episode 3, after 3 or 4 minutes of all of this happening here, of course, you find out why. Long story short, Wolf's dad owes money to Kowalski. And Kowalski tells Wolf, Wolf is like, why are you doing this to my dad? He's like, if you want to help your dad out, I need this much money in the next few months or he's going to be in a bad spot. And I can't go back, can I? And Wolf is like, all right, what if I told you I could steal this ship? And he's like, you bring me this ship that you're talking about, not only will your dad's debt be paid, but I might have some other work for you, maybe, or whatever. And Wolf's like, all right. And that's when he comes to the decision that he's going to go ahead and steal it to save his dad's whatever debt that he owes otherwise, and ruin his life. And he's like, this is my chance. This is it. This is my one chance. Anyway, he screws his friends over, steals the ship. He's like, fuck it, I'll become an outlaw. I'll work for this guy. And very ignorantly, he knows nothing about the Kowalskis. And he delivers the ship. And this guy here is Nikolai. He's not a Kowalski, but he works for the Kowalskis. You can kind of see that he's, a different type of lizard. Doesn't like Wolf from the start. Anyway, he's the brains. He's the one that's like, let me have the launch key, and let me see that the ship is not fake, that it's not busted, that there's no trackers on it, and all that stuff. I don't trust you. I don't like you. Whatever. Like, he gives that vibe. And then, like, they see that the ship is all right, and they take him to speak to have an audience with the patriarch of the Kowalski clan, Janusz. And this is the lobby. It's got a swimming pool in the ceiling with all these sexy lizard ladies like swimming around. And Wolf's sitting on a couch that someone may or may not have been murdered on. Across from the two Kowalski brothers, Pyotr and Stanislav. And he looks over at Nikolai. He's like, can I have one of those cigarettes? And Nikolai's like, no. He's going to say something like, do you have a cigarette I could borrow or whatever? And he's just like, no, as he lights one out of a full pack. But anyway, this is some of the stuff that's already rendered. Like, I don't have the mouth movements yet because I'm still, like, figuring out what they're going to say in Polish. there's a scene between these two. This one here, Wolf arrives. He climbs down. He gives the launch key thing, this key card or whatever, to the lizard guy, Nikolai. It's like, you must be Nikolai. It's like, you have launch key, give to me. Or something, and yeah, there's always a little bit of animal racism in my cartoons. Hey, there's a little... Falco is... Falco's pretty rough around the edges. Like even in Nintendo standards, like on Nintendo 64, there's some species of people that he sounds like he doesn't like in that game. But anyway, I digress. This is the scene in between, where Wolf gives the launch key to Nikolai, and then we see... Here, let me see it. Still loading all of the shaders. Give it a second. So here you see, without any effects or anything, you see Nikolai up here messing with the ship. And Wolf, it cuts here, so it's like he's in the ship testing the stuff out. And you can see him like opening and closing the ship and everything. And Wolf is over here just hanging out at the bug barbecue. While it's, you know, being cooked. And they're all like, other than eating, they're all kind of either looking at Wolf or over at the ship. And then Maciek here, like I said, I don't have the mouth movements yet, but he offers Wolf. He's like, he's going to say in Polish, "Are you hungry? There's plenty of food." He's like, "Are you hungry? There's plenty of food," you know, in Polish. And then Wolf's kind of like, I just kind of looking like, I don't have this animated yet. Just the models. He's like looking, grinning at everybody. This is what Rex is working on right now. And he looks at Wolf and he says in Polish, what did I say he said? I can't remember. Yeah, Mosh, weź jeden. Take. Yeah, I can't. Like, I don't have a Polish accent. I don't know Polish, but he says something like, "Mosh, weź jeden," or like, "Take one." Like he holds out his skewer of bugs. Like you can't really see him with this one in the way. But yeah, he's like, "Mosh, weź jeden," and then he says in English, "Take." And that's what we're working on here. Oh, Shiro. No, it's all good. It's all good. They're like, if I call upon you to help me with something in my cartoon and you want to tell any of your friends about it, by all means, go right ahead. Tell anybody. Like, I think my cartoon suffers from not being talked about enough because of the algorithm. The algorithm. That's fine. Like I have a linguist person, speak of the devil, that I can call upon about the Polish stuff. But I'm always going to need voice actors for things. I have someone who's reached out, who I'm talking to right now, actually. Much appreciated. I see you pimping. but for real, I'm going to be reaching out on Fiverr to some Polish voice actors. I already have their contact info. I have not spoken to anyone yet. The only Polish people that I've spoken to regarding the production of my cartoon or voices or anything is you, Shiro, like the one person I'm talking to right now. That's why when Ramsker, you said in the chat talking about your friend that's from an animation school, I do have interest in learning a little bit of Polish from anybody. I've been learning Russian loosely for about 3 years now, almost 4 years. August it'll be 4. That's not like 4 solid years of studying, but 4 years of speaking at an elementary or like the level of a 4-year-old, I guess. I don't know. I don't have a big vocabulary, but I've looked at a lot of stuff in Polish, and a lot of the words, the spelling is different, but the sounds are the same. Like you have a zh, you have a y. Like there are similarities, and I know that like different people from different Slavic sounding languages can still kind of communicate. Because Slava has told me this. Like he's mentioned sometimes where what was it you said? Slava, you're here, right? He said that like even other languages in that area, even if you don't speak the language, you can still kind of tell like half of what people are saying.
What specifically are you talking about?
Like how someone from one Slavic language listening to another Slavic language, even if they don't know that language, they can still kind of figure out like half of what the people are saying.
Not exactly. Well, basically there's 3 branches of Slavic languages. It's Eastern, it's like Russian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian. Then Central, it's like Polish, Czech, some else, like Czech and Slovak. It's basically the same language, if I understand right. Correct me if I'm wrong. And the southern branch of languages, like basically post-Yugoslavian countries. Yeah, and
yeah, Dogger's saying as Polish, I can kind of talk with Czechs if we both use very easy sentences.
Yeah, and at least I can say for Ukrainian and Belarusian, like for example, I can watch stand-up in Ukrainian. Of course, I'm not understanding like every sentence, every word, but in general, you understand like what they're talking about. Sometimes you understand like the whole sentence. Sometimes you understand half of it. Sometimes you don't understand at all, and like it's unequal and like uneven in terms of distribution of words you don't understand.
Yeah.
But like Polish is much harder to understand. It's like in general, I would even say I don't understand it at all.
Like it all just sounds like that to me. Like how Russian is all like but I don't know anything about Polish grammar. I've gotten to where I can almost like read and pronounce everything correctly, but a couple of days go by without doing it, then I forget what all the letters are. But they have some of the same things, like a zh at the end of a word gets devocalized. Like instead of vaj, it's like vash, or nosh, instead of noj. Like the devocalizing thing, once I learned that in Russian, I could see it and hear it in a couple other languages. They're, like Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, and whatnot. I'd love to. As far as like learning more about the Polish language or any others, like I'd love to be this weird old guy in 30 years that knows 9 languages. I think that would be really cool. But I think with as much as I've learned in Russian, that learning a little bit in Polish would not be as hard as if I just went into it not knowing any Russian. I know they're like vastly different, but if you've spent 3 years of your life learning Russian, I'm sure that will at least help a little bit in learning Polish or Ukrainian or even Czech. I've looked at some of the Czech stuff, like, ooh, it seems a little bit more difficult than learning Polish. But I'm not against learning Polish. I'm not afraid of it. Like, I was afraid of learning Russian, but then I just jumped into it. Victor Tsoi finally was the final thing where I was like, I want to hear this dude. I want to know what he's saying. And I jumped into it, and it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. The cases are tough. I wonder how the cases are in Polish. Does Poland have a bunch of cases like Russian does?
All the Slavic languages has,
Okay.
and they work
I know
differently.
Germany has some. Like they're of a different nature, but I'd love to do Russian lessons on here again. I think that would be really cool. If I could pay a Russian language teacher to just hang out on my stream for an hour and do it on stream, I would pay them for that. I don't know if my current Russian teacher, if she would be up for that, but it would be cool if there was like someone who teaches Russian speaking or even Polish speaking. There's like a Polish language speaking teacher. I would 100% do lessons on stream, even if I was dumb and got questions wrong and looked stupid when I was trying to learn. Like, I would totally be up for that. I've always loved learning languages. That was like the one thing, it's weird in high school, like the one thing that there's the one class that I gave a fuck about. Like when I was at school, like algebra 2 honors, I was in algebra 2 honors. I just couldn't bring myself to pay attention. I just didn't care. It's not that I was like, oh, I can't figure out math. It's like, no, I was programming video games. I was using algebra every day of my life, all the way back to when I was in like 5th grade. And like using algebra in my programming code, not even knowing what algebra was. It's just like, no, I know this is a value, and value equals value times 2 or plus 3 or something like that. I never had any problem with that stuff. But I just couldn't pay attention in class, and the only classes that I could ever pay attention to once I got to like high school was language classes. It was fun, like I took it as a challenge. But actually like paying attention to homework and stuff in anything else, like I couldn't care less. And it sucked because like I failed school. I dropped out of high school. I got grounded. I got mad grounded until I was finally like 17, 18 years old. And my mom was like, all right, you're 18. You're going to drop out of high school. You're going to get a job. And I was like, well, I have a job. She's like, all right, well, you're going to keep that job. And I'm like, okay. Finally, I can, because I was at the point where I was like, look, I'm programming video games. I want to learn how to do video game stuff. And it sucked because back then, like as much as I was into like languages and things, I just wanted to make video games. I don't know, I'm rambling, but the one thing in school, like the main point I'm getting at here, like the one thing in school that I was really good at, that I that I focused on and actually got good grades in was language classes. Everything else is just like, I got my GED. I did like 2 weeks after I dropped out, I went and got it, and I got the highest grade in the class. The lady was one of my other math teachers from high school, and she was the one grading everyone. And she remembered me. She's like, Mr. Gafford, you know you got the highest grade in the class. And I was like, hell yeah, that's awesome. She's like, it just makes me wonder why you left school. Like, why didn't you stay in school? And I told her, I was like, it was a waste of time. And she just kind of made this glowering face and just kind of like shook her head. And to this day, as much as I meant it, as much as it was true, I wish I had not said that to her. Because looking back, I was like, she was a teacher. She spent probably the past 30 years of her life like teaching math to kids. And it was not a way of me saying that teachers in school are a waste of time. I wanted it to come across that I was saying it was a waste of time for me, you know, and to this day, she's dead now. Like she died like 10, 15 years ago. She was old. But like to this day, I regret saying that, and I wish that I hadn't said it to her. But like it stands though. Like what I meant by that was it was a waste of time. My teachers didn't like me. Not all of them. That wasn't my excuse. It just my teachers didn't like me. There were some really shitty people at my school. I just didn't want to deal with it. My sister got homeschooled. My sister went 9th grade, 10th grade, and she's like, nope. And she got homeschooled for 10th, 11th, and 12th. I got to 10th grade, and I was like, Mom, people are picking on me like really bad, like shit that would get you in jail nowadays bad. Not that I give a fuck. I don't hold any grudges. But I asked her, I was like, I want to get out and I want to do my own thing. She's like, nope, you got to stay in school. And I don't know. I loud quit. Instead of going to school, I would just take the convertible. It was a 94 Mustang. Camel top. It wasn't anything super fancy. But instead of going to school, I would just drive out into an orange grove, put the top back, like huge Florida orange grove, middle of nowhere. And I would drive out there in the middle of it and put the top back and just sleep, listening to Depeche Mode's Violator album or Sehnsucht from Rammstein. There's the only 2 CDs in the car. Fun times. I'll have to write a book one day. It was fun. But anyway, back to what I was saying. I don't mean to go on like a huge tangent. I just never get to tell these stories to anybody. I had a fun time. School was okay for a little while, but yeah, like language was my main thing. It was the only class that I gave a shit about and paid attention to because it was like, I want to learn this. If I felt that way about all my other classes, I could have been valedictorian. If I wanted to, I could have stayed up all night and studied against all like the like Richie rich girls that got A100s on everything. If I wanted to, I could have. I had the brain power. It's just I was too obsessed with making video games. Once I learned like DirectX and bit blitting and stuff like that in Visual Basic and DirectX and stuff, like, yeah, I knew. It's like when you look at yourself and you're like, I am 100% gonna fail high school this year because I'm making little metric. I like my specialty. The only thing, like, if you were in 7th grade and 8th grade and you suddenly had the ability to make Metroidvania games from scratch with your own music, your own sound effects, your own code, everything. It was all 100% you as a single person, and you had those abilities. You played Castlevania Symphony of the Night, you play Super Metroid, and that was like your favorite kind of game in the world. And then in 7th grade and 8th grade, all of your self-teaching that you did, you were able to make something on the grounds that, you know, like maybe not the animation quality of Symphony of the Night, but game mechanics wise, something as good as Symphony of the Night meets Metal Slug meets Starbound. The game that I was making is comparable to Starbound if like a 14-year-old kind of made it, and it was half-ass and single player only. If somebody, like if I had a mentor back then, or someone from Silicon Valley picked me up back then, I'd be like a John Romero right now. Is it like, and I'm not trying to say I'd be the best in the world. It's like, no, it was like day and night. Like my friend Derek, who works for Bethesda, he's like my oldest, longest living good friend from real life. We met each other when we were 10, and we've known each other for that long. He works in video games now. Like he programmed and dabbled in programming with me when we were little kids, when we were like 12 or 13. He can tell you, I was obsessed with it. It's all I did all the time, and school fucking suffered. Yeah, just like fan fiction. You find that you have a knack for writing something, and you just get pure, like, huge blocks of dopamine just from creating stuff. I believe at that point, when someone becomes that kind of a creative, they should be able to take a locator test or an equivalency test and test out of high school and get a mentor in the field that they're working in. Of course, everything should be done and judged on a case-by-case basis, but yeah, like my algebra teacher is like, here's how to find the length of a line. Here's how to find the hypotenuse of a triangle, and we would spend weeks and months on this shit. And I'm like, okay, like that's in my programming shit. For my math project, I asked my algebra teacher, my geometry honors teacher, Mrs. Johnston, if she would let me make a Visual Basic program. She's like, yeah, sure. You mean like basic, like QBasic programming? I was like, yeah, it's Visual Basic though in Windows. She's like, yeah, if you really are programming it. And I did. I programmed a very, compared to the video game shit that I was doing, I should have just brought in my video game that I was programming in 2000. That was the 98-99 school year, because she was the one that cussed everyone out for saying busy work. And she said, God damn it. But she said God and then waited a second before she said damn it, because maybe she didn't want to say God damn it and be able to say, I said God, and then I said damn it. But anyway, I made that project, and she called me out on it. She's like, you programmed that? And it was stuff like nowadays, like stuff that people type in chat rooms. It was text box.value equals text box.value times 100. And it's like, she's like, what does that line mean? I was like, well, this little box that you're typing a number in, its name is textbox1, and textbox1.value equals textbox1.value times 100. It just takes its own value and multiplies it by 100 and stores it to itself. And then she would ask something else, and then she would go back to that one. I'm like, you really think I don't I don't know. No one else in my class did any programming, even in 8th grade when we had the Texas Instruments calculators. I remember Derek, my buddy Bane on here, he made a text adventure, you know, like one of those, you are in a room, there is an exit to the north, N key, exit to the south, S key, and stuff like that's what we do in 8th grade. He and I would make these little horror maze adventures that were text-based, programmed in QBasic or TI Basic. You know, like the graphing calculators and stuff. Yeah, like it is nighttime. You are shrouded in darkness. You are likely to be eaten by Pookie, not a Gru. And yeah, this was like 1998, 97, 98 school year. When we were in 8th grade and we were required to have TI calculators. I got a TI 86. And yeah, I made little like fighter pilot, like Life Force for Nintendo. Legend of Zelda, or like Quest game for Atari 6 or 2600. What was it called? Adventure Quest. So I know I was originally talking about Polish language stuff, but my original love. Well, my original love was animating. I love animating flip books, drawing stick figures, doing Mortal Kombat fatalities. 1992, 1993, 1994. 92, 93, and 94. I think I watched an episode of Lamb Chops Play Along where Sherry Lewis made a flip book out of a Post-it note thing. And I was like, oh, well, fuck, I can do that. And when I would draw on these little like Post-it note things, I'd skip a page by accident. I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, and I'd go back to like, why is there a flicker here? And I'd open up, I was like, oh, this is page 7. There's nothing on it. What do I do? And I would flip it up and down really fast and be like, okay, stick figures over here, and on 6, stick figures over here, and on 8, stick figures over there. So on this one, it should be like what the middle of that should be. Like kind of like in my mind figuring out what the in-between frame should be. And it just like, I didn't go to school for anything. I was like 8 years old. I just kind of had a knack for it. And that became my thing. And when I wasn't making flip books, I was drawing levels for side-scroller video games. Like all of my notepads, there's supposed to be, the fox ran up the road, the chicken ran to the left of the truck, the man walks, like simple like grammar stuff. I was over in like the other part of my 3rd grade notepad, just like drawing levels. I'm like, okay, here is a trigger. If the character steps on this trigger or in this square. I spent a lot of my time in debug mode in Sonic 2. Like just spending hours a day in debug mode of Sonic the Hedgehog 2 gave me such a good understanding of how video games worked that I started making my own like Sonic and Mario Brothers style like side scroller video game levels and shit. And yeah, it just, like I said, this is like 1993. This is 30 fucking years ago. If I had some kind of mentor or someone I could have talked to back then about it, it would have been fucking great. Like some kind of mentor or something. Like it would have. I like it if someone was like looking and they're like, oh, you have the gift. You've got the touch. You know, and whisked me away and paid my parents, or my parents paid them. Like, here, yes, mentor our son. Take him to San Diego and teach him how to program in Pascal and C++. if that happened, yeah, I'd be elbow deep in fucking video game programming right now. I'd still like to. I'd love to do that, but I'd like to make a cartoon first, and then once I've done everything with the violence that I want to do, make a video game based off of it. I just think by the time I get to the age where I feel like doing that, oh God, what have I done? Oh no. Hold on a minute. Oh no. I've been doing this on the wrong file. Sucks! Sucks! God damn it. I have to start over. I've been... When you've been doing everything on the linked file. That's alright, that's alright. I lost like 30 minutes of work. No big deal. Most of it was while I was sitting here running my mouth. That 30 minutes of work, I'll pick it up in like 10 minutes. No big deal. Not a big deal. I was talking most of the time. It was probably only like 10 minutes of work if we're being completely honest. See, it's exactly the same as this frame, but a little different from this one. So put it on this one and get it 50% of the way to what this one looks like. Not all the way, not going down all here, but going halfway. Halfway. Not all the way to this, but halfway to it. Just halfway. And then once you get it like that, then you move it to where it's supposed to be, and it looks good. Look at that. See? Good enough. Can't even tell the difference. There you go. I can't wait to actually do this to a class and for free. South American Wolfman movie. El Wolfo. An American werewolf in Chile. A Portuguese werewolf in colonized Brazil. Nazareno Cruz and the wolf. Lobo! That's an old one. From the 70s, no less. My caps lock. This is a new keyboard. I don't have my caps lock light. There's a little blue Bluetooth light that shines when I have it on. No, Nazareno Cruz y El Lobo is a 1975 Argentinian movie. I think. That's where it was released first, according to Google. Greg, are you there, Rex?
I'm here. What's up?
I don't know. I've just been running my mouth for over an hour and didn't know if anybody else was still
No,
here.
I'm here. Building a city.
Oh, Bubba's almost done with the gym.
Oh, good.
Wait, you're playing Civ 6?
City Skylines.
Oh, City Skyline. I thought you were saying Civ.
Well, I was originally thinking about doing Civ and playing as Canada, but now I just think I'll build a city with all kinds of like Canadian stuff in it.
There's not a 7 yet, is there?
Civilization now.
Rekka, July 1st is Canada Day. It's already Canada Day. I should play that again, though.
What's that?
Are there any Canadians here? Any other? Wait, it is in your side? Well, no, I mean, it's July 1st, right? I assume it's July 1st for everybody in North America right now.
Yep.
Wait, USA celebrates Canada Day on July 2nd?
U.S. doesn't celebrate Canada Day.
Under the Federal Holidays Act, Canada Day is observed on July 1st unless that date falls on a Sunday, in which case July 2nd is the statutory holiday.
Oh, it's stat holiday. Okay, that's the day you get off, which can be different.
Yeah, but it's a Saturday this year. Celebratory events will generally still take place on July 1st, even though it is not the legal holiday. Interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, here's Barrett's Privateers by Stan Rogers and his group.
Oh, the year was 1778. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. A letter of marque came from the king to the scummiest vessel I've ever seen. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Oh, Elcid Barrett cried the town. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. For 20 brave men, all fishermen, who would make for him the Antelope's crew. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. The Antelope sloop was a sickening sight. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. She'd a list to the port and her sails in rags, and the cook in the scuppers with the staggers and jags. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. On the king's birthday we put to sea. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. We were 91 days to Montego Bay, pumping like madmen all the way. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. On the 96th day we sailed again. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. When a bloody great Yankee hove in sight, with our cracked 4-pounders we made to fight. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. The Yankee lay low down with gold. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. She was broad and fat and loose in stays, but to catch her took the Antelope 2 whole days. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Then at length we stood 2 cables away. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Our cracked 4-pounders made an awful din, but with one fat ball the Yanks stove us in. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. The Antelope shook and pitched on her side. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Barrett was smashed like a bowl of eggs, and the main truck carried off both men eggs. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. So here I lay in my 23rd year. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. It's been 6 years since we sailed away, and I just made Halifax yesterday. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers.
Well, we still have to play this one now. That's this one. Is this the right one?
Oh God.
Yeah, you know the one.
And the unemployment office said they sent me through to the little Abitibi with the survey crew and the black flies, a little black.
Yeah, let me actually play the video because this is
Yeah.
worth it. Like you have to see it. It really is.
It is Canadian.
Yeah, well, I'll move this down here. Hell yes.
'Twas early in the spring when I decided to go for to work up in the woods in North Ontario. And the unemployment office said they'd send me through to the little Abitibi with the survey crew and the black flies, the little black flies. Always the black fly, no matter where you go, I'll die with the black fly picking my bones in North Ontario, in North Ontario.
Ontario, North Ontario.
The man Black Toby was the captain of the crew, and he said, I'm gonna tell you boys what they're gonna do. They want to build a power dam, we must find a way for to make the little lab flow the other way. With the black flies, the little black flies, always the black fly, no matter where you go, I'll die with the black fly, picking my bones in North Ontario, in North Ontario. So we surveyed to the east, surveyed to the west, and we couldn't make our minds up how to do it best. Little lab, what shall I do? For I'm all going crazy with the survey crew. And the black flies, little black flies, always the black fly, no matter where you go. I'll die with the black fly, picking my bones in North Ontario, in North Ontario. 'Twas black fly everywhere, a crawling in your whiskers, a crawling in your hair, swimming in the soup, swimming in the tea. The devil take the black fly, let me be.
Black fly, little black fly, oh.
Always the black fly, no matter where you go. I'll die with the black fly, picking my bones.
Come on, it's
in North
free
Ontario,
protein.
in North Ontario. We fell a swearing, the work went slow. The state of our morale was a getting pretty low. And the flies swarm heavy, it was hard to catch your breath. Just staggered up and down the trail, talking to yourself with the black flies, the little black flies. Always the black fly, no matter where you go. I'll die with the black fly, picking my bones in North Ontario, in North Ontario. Well, now, the bull cook's name was Blind River Joe. If it hadn't been for him, we'd have never pulled through. 'Cause he bound up our bruises and he kitted us for fun. And he lathered us some bacon grease and balsam gum for the black flies, the little black flies. Always the black fly, no matter where you go. I'll die with the black fly, picking my bones in North Ontario, in North Ontario. And at last the job was over. Black Tommy said we're through with the little Abitibi and the survey crew. 'Twas a wonderful experience, and this I know. I'll never go again to North Ontario. With the flies, the little black flies, always the black fly, no matter where you go. I'll die with the black fly, picking my bones in North Ontario, in North Ontario. And the black flies, the little black flies, always the black fly, no matter where you go. I'll die with the black fly, picking my bones in North Ontario, in North Ontario.
That'd be so cool to just be like a regular worker out in the world who just writes songs about shit like that. That's so great. It's a great cartoon as well. It's another Canadian one. What can we do?
Hi everyone, Count Floyd here, reminding you to watch this Saturday night at 11 o'clock for Monster Chiller Horror Theater. We got a scary one for you this week. It's that three-dimensional semi-classic Dr. Tongue's House of Cats. It's in 3D, so you'll have to send away for your special
Do you remember when we went to Anthrocon and we went across the street on the left side to that little corner store and the dude had old VHS tapes of SCTV playing? I wanted to say something. I was like, hey, happy Canada Day, but I was too shy. This is so great.
This isn't my video game.
Such an attraction towards cats.
You're a furry.
Very good companion. Here's your drink, Alicia. Drink it quickly before it gets cold.
Hot rum and coke. Oh well.
Would you like to see my dinky?
Your what?
My little cat, Dinky. Here, Dinky. Come here, Dinky. Come on. That's little Dinky. This is my cute little button, isn't it? Hello. Wow, Dinky. Wow, Dinky. Ah, woo.
I seem to
This is Saturday Night Live.
getting dizzy.
If it was cool
What did you
and funny
put in that
and
drink?
from Canada. The Great White North.
Now you're mine. Yes. All mine. Yes. Bruno! Hurry up, Bruno. I'm throwing a big party tonight, and I've invited all the noblemen. I'll show them. I'll show them all. They laughed at me in Paris. They laughed at me in Prague. They laughed at you in London, too. Shut up, you fool! Take that. I've got over 100 guests coming tonight. We'll need plenty of kitty litter. Now hurry up! I hope I didn't leave anyone off the list. All right, you fools! Now you shall feel my wrath. Bruno! Oh, sorry. Release the cats! Laugh at me. I'll show them all. Bruno! Bruno, what's wrong? If you want anything done, you gotta do it yourself.
Fucking 3D vision. Oh my god.
Bruno. Cats. He's gone. No. No. No! Please! I'll change you all back! I'm sorry! Please! No! No! No more! Oh! Oh! Oh, I'm sorry! Get off me! Get off me, you cat! No, Alicia! Alicia! Not you! Oh! Oh! Please! Oh! Ah! Ah! Oh, not my neck!
Oh! Did you see that? Did you see all those cats just leaping right at you from the screen? Right at you! I don't know how they do that, how they train those cats to attack like that. But look, if you're going to watch the movie in 3D next Saturday night, you gotta send away for your glasses. So be sure you send $27. $27 to me, Count Floyd, care of SCTV. And then you can watch Dr. Tongue's House of Cats this Saturday night on Monster Chiller Horror Theater. Woo! Woo, 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 woo! Woo!
The import of Canada.
If you ask any girl from the parish around
Have you seen this,
what
Greg?
pleases her most from her head to her toes, she'll say, I'm not sure that it's business of yours, but I do like to waltz with the log driver. For he goes burning down white water. That's where the log driver learns to step lightly. It's burning down and down white water. The log driver's waltz pleases girls completely. When the drive's
Taking
nearly over,
notes.
I like to go down and watch all the lads as they work on the river. I know that come evening they'll be in the town, and we all like to waltz with the log driver. For he goes burning down and down white water. That's where the log driver learns to step lightly. It's burning down and down white water. A log driver's waltz pleases girls completely.
Yeah, I remember this. You showed me this like when we first started.
Yep.
You wooed me with Canadian hymns.
Manners are fine, but their feet are of clay. For there's none with the style of my log driver. For he goes burning down and down white water. That's where the log driver learns to step lightly. It's burning down and down white water. A log driver's waltz pleases girls completely. Now I've had my chances with all sorts of men, but none is so fine as my lad on the river. So when the drive's over, if he asks me again, I think I will marry my log driver. For he goes burning down and down white water. That's where the log driver learns to step lightly. It's burning down and down white water. A log driver's waltz pleases girls completely. Burning down and down white water. A log driver's waltz pleases girls completely.
You're donking. I could donk all day, boys.
Yes. Sorry. Where is the ampersand? It's the 7, right? Yeah. It's interesting, this YouTube downloader I'm using. Oh, Philip, you saved me from the gas chamber. Oh, you Apologize for being stupid today, forgetting a holiday. It's not forgetting a holiday. It's all right. It's Canada's 4th of July, basically. It's just up here they have it 3 days before you guys do. He's gonna have a tough time against Stewart. Oh my God. He's gonna win it. Stewart's gonna take it from you if you don't jump in. He's taking his crown back. He will. Oh, he fucked his leg up? He's gonna crown him because he lost and Stewart won. Take that fucking knee, you loser. So good, dude. Oh my god. Hell yeah, dude.
Pure organic, grass-fed, AAA Alberta beef.
Better believe it's Alberta beef. You got there top sirloins?
Yeah, New York's a grain-fed.
3 times the omega-3s and grass-fed.
Bought and paid for.
Well, you're gonna want them aged if they're top sirloins.
Pump the brakes. 2 things. 1, now we'll let those sit for 10 to 15 minutes till they're room temperature. 2, where's the salt and pepper, bud?
Don't you fucking start.
S&P, the choice for me.
I paid a sea hare just shy of 20 for each of these sea suckers, and I will not be told how to cook them.
You paid 20 apiece for Berta beef?
Only Berta beef.
Well, no guff, but I wouldn't pay 20 apiece for Japanese Wagyu.
Always Berta beef.
Hard yes, but I wouldn't pay 20 apiece for Australian Wagyu.
Better want a ribeye if it's a Wagyu.
1-inch thick top sirloin. Grill at 400. 4 minutes aside, down the hatch.
You are fucking up, bud.
That's textbook.
Not without the S&P.
Those fine ranchers in Alberta would be a sea hare away from not sending it here if they knew you were sprinkling salt all over the sea suckers.
You're a sea hare away from getting sea sucking socked, good buddy.
Montreal steak spice really should be part of this conversation.
1-inch thick top sirloin steak. Salt and pepper heavily. Grill at 400. 4 minutes total. Flip each mitt to get the good grill marks. Let sit for 2 minutes. Down the hatch.
Flip twice.
Grill marks, bud.
Sacrilege.
I will strike you.
Blasphemy.
Do you want to get striked?
Cause if you're teetering and you're tottering, never mind to go down the home improvement.
Grill marks, bud.
Sacrilege.
I will strike you.
Blasphemy.
Do you want to get striked?
Finish the whole thing off with a real nice herbs and garlics, buddy.
Don't fuck up my steak dinner, Derry.
Any decent chef will tell you, you don't even want to let those things touch the grill. Make it drier than a fart. What you want to do, pan-sear it, both sides, finish her off in the ovens.
Well, see, now that sounds like overhandling to me.
You'd be overhandling them, Squirrely Dan.
Well, he'd be squirrely dandling.
Oh yeah, me and Gordon Ramsay are both morons.
Do you know what? Meet halfway.
All right. No S&P. Flip twice.
Good. Rare to medium rare.
Medium rare.
Man, what a time. Happy Canada Day. We're trying to be Canadian today. I love Letterkenny. I'm so glad we got into Letterkenny when there were only like 2 seasons. I think.
Yeah, we got into it early on. Yeah, I think it was just season 2 starting.
It really depends on the word. I'm going to the store to pick up some fucking clam chowder. Oh, I'm going to the store to pick up some fucking clam chowder. Like, do those sound different enough? I don't fucking know. I try, I make the attempt. But I don't know, like people do that thing where they go to England for 3 months and they're like, oh, I have a British accent now. It's like, no, you don't. You want to so bad, so you're trying to find the easiest excuse for having one. I've been in Canada for, how long have I been here, Greg? 4 years.
I think you've been visiting for at least that long.
Well, I mean, 2019. I lived here in 2018, dude.
Yep.
I mean, having an apartment.
That was a very Canadian dude.
Huh?
That was a very Canadian dude.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I've lived here, like, 5 minutes from the Canadian border for at least 5 years.
Yep.
And then 2019, 2020, I was here because I wasn't allowed to go back to the United States. And then I went back and got my shit in a month and came back. So yeah, I've pretty much been living in Canada for at least 4 years. I can do my Canadian affected version of an accent, but you know, like I said, I've been living here for 4 years and maybe a little of it comes out of my accent. So that's like when people, they're like, they go to England for 3 weeks and they're like, oh, I've picked up the accent while I was gone. It's like, no, you didn't. You're fucking whatever the English equivalent is to a weeaboo, a Britaboo. Oh, I've picked up the accent. I don't know why. It's like, no, you haven't. You watched a fucking Johnny Depp movie a couple times. Fuck off. A Britaboo? I don't know. A Teaboo? It's like I've known so many British people to come to the United States, and I've never met a single one of them that was like, oh, I seem to have picked up the American accent by being here for 3 weeks. It's like, it doesn't work like that. So if you're like, oh, I lived there for 3 months, and now I speak like this, even though I'm from Alabama. Fuck off. You quit. It's weird. Stop doing that. I've picked up the accent. No, you didn't. You want to so bad and no one cares, and every time you come over and do that, everyone giggles about you when you leave. Stop doing it. It's weird. You have main character syndrome. I mean, picking up an inflection or whatever, that's different. But, you know, because like when I was over there, it's like, do you know which way you're going? Where we would be like, do you know which way you're going? We're like, after a while, I'd be like, do you know which way you're going? And it's like, oh, like, yeah, like a little bit of like the way that you raise and lower your pitch on questions or something if you've been there for a couple weeks. Like, just because you get used to people asking you questions and stuff. So it's just like, instead of me, do you know which way you're going? It's me saying, oh, do you know which way you're going? Something like slight like that. Like that, I could understand if you've been there for a month or two. But just going, oh, hello then? Like, no, fuck off, dude. You're from Georgia. Quit doing that shit. Everyone's going to believe me that I'm British now. It's like it's not that you're picking up their accent. You're doing your own, like, not good impression of a British accent. Quit it. And friends of friends and even fucking family members that did that shit. And I'm like, it doesn't work that way. If I went over to Russia for a month, I wouldn't be coming back talking like this. Like, come on, dude. Sorry, is that bad? Am I calling people out? Is that a little offsides? Am I being unkind? Where's Rex? Where's Bubba? Bubba should have been back from...
Rex is getting stuff for cooking.
Yeah, because he said that he was going to do a thing tonight and make butter tarts.
Yeah, he was going to make Canadian food.
Canadian butter tarts with no raisins. A child of the true north. That's what I could have done. I could have been here for like 2 months and gone home and been like, oh yeah, like, so I talk like this now. Like, I have a Canadian accent. I just kind of picked it up there, bud. Like, and I'm a voice acting person. I could totally, like, pull that off if I wanted to. But it's so false. Be who you are. Don't go somewhere and be like, oh, I've picked up the accent. And I can't help it. It just happened. It's like, fuck off. Quit it. Quit it! Stop it! Stop it. I'm still going through Final Fantasy VII. It's just a refresher at this point, but, you know, what can you do? I've been working for Soldier for 3 weeks, and I think I already have the Mako energy twinkle in my eyes. Dude, you haven't even been exposed to Mako energy. Mako. The shark. Any shark fans in the house? Any fans of the shark variety?
I wasn't talking to you, Slava. Mountains. Oh, I've been up to the mountains. Mountains. I just say mountains. It's one thing that you can learn about English or American accent. Is depending on where the T is, you'll get a ow, kind of thing. Presenting. And tonight we will be presenting the trophies instead of presenting. Presenting. Toronto. No, it doesn't work like that. I say Toronto, but I think natives say Toronto. Oh, he's up there in Toronto. Ah, for sure. Oh, he's living the good life there, bud, up in there in Toronto. In old Ontario. Wow, in old Ontario. Toronto. How do you say it, Greg?
Toronto.
Toronto?
Yep.
So you say it like me, like Toronto. Like Toronto. You don't say Toronto. Oh, he's staying up there in Toronto. Every good-hearted Canadian has a cousin named John in Toronto. Older. This is it. Nobody says the second T in Toronto. Yeah, I say Toronto. Toronto. Like silence, like Toronto. But I'm aware. Oh, I do the two hard T's there, bud. But I'm from Old West. I say Toronto there, bud. Torontosaurus Rex. Oh, he's awful wily. No, what are we looking at here? What was Homeboy's name? Hal Bailman. It's always Hal. Back in the 80s, everyone was like, oh, we got to make our characters with the first name Hal because 2001 Space Odyssey is so choice there, bud. Oh, for real.
I'm watching some Trailer Park Boys at some point. Oh, you're gonna be viewing the old Trailer Park Boys? Big W there, bud. Were those butter tarts, Rex? You're tardy.
I literally.
You are tardy to the party.
Not like you're gonna eat any.
No, I'm not. Because they aren't made in Canada.
Should I use Discord or OBS for my webcam? I don't think it really matters.
Use Discord, because like it's like the artist thing. I already stream you from the Discord thing. God, I'm sounding like
That's
already
fair.
stream you there from the Discord thing there, bud. So put it through before we're running out of time. So, but yeah, like when you okay, I see something that you've muted. All right, I see. Yeah, let me pop that out. All right, and guest artist.
Guest chef.
Yeah, I'll put that in. How's that?
Man.
Chefed. Chef.
Guest sheath.
I didn't say that. That did not come out of my mouth. All right, it's there. It's up.
All right.
And what is the name of your dish?
Oh, you can't see my hands. I really gotta get in there.
No, I see. Show your tattoo. Scroll it.
I'll try. It's a little sweaty.
Yeah, sideways. Rotate 90 degrees counterclockwise. There you go.
It's like.
Yeah, there you go. That's good. Petunia. What is the dish? Canadian.
These are Canadian butter
tarts. Tarts. God damn it. Tarts. There we go. We're good. I'm a Canadian butter tart. You guys, you want to try some margarine? What? Fuck it.
Oh man. All right, I really feel for these like YouTube chefs. This took me a while.
Well, they all use iPhones with like $1,000 lenses taped to them and stuff. Can you get the camera farther away?
No.
That's all right.
Maybe?
It's not a big deal. It's just if you can
I think
get it
no,
to
I
show
definitely
more
can.
stuff. That's all right. Oh wait.
This is
wait, I have
the
you
first try.
hold on. I have I think I have it cropped. So let me check that out.
So you see my delicious thighs. Oh, it's scrolling too.
Hold on. No, actually, I think I am right at the edge of all of your feed. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's the full feed right there.
It's gonna have to do.
That's fine.
Okay. Canadian butter tarts. We got 191 grams of all-purpose flour for the crust. Put it nice in the food processor. Because if you want like a really good flaky crust, don't use your hands because you want the butter that you put in your crust to stay ice cold. I actually have cubed butter that I put in the freezer.
So it's still pretty hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's ice.
Why do you want it hard?
If the butter melts and you start mixing the dough together with like the heat of your hands and everything, it's gonna cause the dough to form too much gluten once all the liquid gets into it, and then you're just gonna have like a really chewy, almost, it's basically pasta, is what it's gonna kind of feel like. You're not gonna have those flaky layers. It's not gonna be good. So you want to keep everything ice cold. So I'm probably gonna mute my mic for a second while I blitz this, because what you want to do is you want to combine the. Actually, let's put a pinch of salt in there because it does need a bit of salt. You want to combine it until it looks like little bits of rice. It's not going to be totally. Yeah, the butter and the flour and the salt. Basically going to look like rice. So I'm gonna mute my mic so this doesn't get too loud.
Actually, you're fine.
Actually, it's not very loud at all.
No, it's fine. Like you're fine. I can mute you if I have to.
That's true. No, that's true.
You're fine. I can barely even hear it. Actually.
Yeah, actually.
That's what I'm saying. When you have the right microphone set with the right filters and stuff, you're pretty good.
So you can't necessarily overmix it at this point because you don't really have any liquids. So you can kind of let it go until it basically becomes sand. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, I mean it basically looks just like flour. You can't really tell what happened. My video's gone.
Hold on.
No,
I still have it. No, it's my fault. I have a full screen thing. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to get the readout for your. Oh. All right, we're good. It's doing the thing I was talking about last night, where if you have a full screen thing, it grays out Discord. I hate that shit.
Try and bring some of it up to the camera, but you can see that. There's a whole half stick of butter that went in there, and it still just looks like flour. There isn't. You can feel it's cold. There's like little bits of butter all throughout. That's exactly what you want. All right.
I will cry if the butter tarts taste as good as I think they will, but I can't.
I've never had one. So I don't know what to expect.
You've never had one?
No. Okay. And weirdly enough, this recipe calls for 1 egg yolk to go into the dough. I've never put egg yolk in a dough before.
You never put a yolk in the dough? Yeah.
So I got... The whole recipe calls for 1 egg yolk and 1 whole egg, so I'm putting in fantastic yolk straight in.
This is so cool.
I've never baked on stream.
Really
this is gonna be really sloppy.
You aren't nervous, are you?
No.
You like me doing ping pong on stream with Cinder Egg. I sucked at it, but I still did it like a trooper. We had some good games.
Alright. Like I said, you want to keep everything cold, so I have ice water. We need 60 milliliters. Ice water going in while it's on, so hope flour doesn't go everywhere. Alright, we're good. You want to put it in very slowly too.
That thing really is quiet.
If there are pastry chefs in the chat, you're gonna know that instead of water, you should actually use really chilled vodka, because vodka is not gonna form gluten in the flour. But we're just gonna do water this time. I don't have any vodka.
That's really interesting. I mean, do you still retain any of the alcohol after it goes through?
Not that I've noticed, really. I baked a ton of pies for holiday parties and stuff.
And used vodka instead of water?
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Let's see what we got. what you want it to do is you want to be able to grab some of the dough and just pinch it. And if it holds its shape, then it's hydrated. And that's kind of what we got. It's still gonna look really crumbly, but we'll worry about that later. But she's still gonna hydrate. We're actually done with the food processor.
Cool.
Make some room.
Gregor, you have anything to drink tonight?
Yeah, I'm having some rum and coke. Sorry, I was checking to see if I was muted or not.
Are you good?
So yeah, rum and coke.
You want to do some more Diablo tonight?
Could do that.
Could. You could. How's the puppy doing?
He's sound asleep, dude.
He's asleep?
Yep.
Wow, nice.
Still a bit dry, but it's gonna take me a minute to form it into a dough.
Someone wet farted in the stream.
Oh, okay.
You're doing
it's
fine
just me
though.
bumping my mic here.
No, it was literally it.
My man.
Moisturized.
It's also like 90 degrees here, so my room is kind of hot. It's not gonna be the perfect dough, but
it'll be all right.
Oh yeah, it'll be fine. What's Canada Day all about?
You tell it, Greg. I'm not as well versed.
Give us the lesson, Greg.
Are you here, Greg?
Yeah, it's basically a commemoration of like the unification of the colonies within British North America.
What was the lead up to that?
Blasphemy.
I don't really know if there was a lead up to it. I think it's essentially just to celebrate the different provinces being joined.
When was the first one? That'll tell you.
So,
1867.
1867.
Okay.
British North America Act, known as the Constitution Act, creates Canada. So yeah, it's basically the day that Canada was officially created.
Manufactured.
Yeah.
Well,
no expiration date.
So yeah, it would have been New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Quebec, and Ontario joined together to become Canada.
It's basically just like y'all's 4th of July, like you get the fireworks and everything.
Yep.
She seems a little dry, because she is, but there's still a lot of moisture in there that needs to get to the rest of the flour. We have to let this rest for about 15 minutes. Gives us time to start the filling. So just so this stays cold, I'm going to run this upstairs.
Wait, so the whole thing's going upstairs?
Just the dough. I'm going to come back down and we're going to start the filling next.
Oh, just the dough. That's it, though. Yeah,
Just
for
the
sure.
dough.
Just
All right.
that dough. But you don't hear me, though.
All right. I'm going to make some filling. The filling, it calls for raisins.
No!
That's not the kind of Independence Day that I want to have.
This is a non-raisin household.
Yeah.
That may be
So I'm
looked
gonna do
at as a
pecans.
little tradcon, but we believe in tradition in this family.
This guy's fucking annoying.
Hell yeah.
Oh, so
We're a
good.
traditionally non-raisin household.
Use my bench scraper to roughly dice these pecans.
No, this is awesome. I wish we had like more cooking stuff on the stream.
I like that
Back
cutting
to the
board.
side. Pardon?
I like that cutting. That cutting board's nice.
Yeah, she's huge. We have an even bigger wooden one upstairs. This is our second biggest one. Takes up like a good chunk of my desk, actually. kind of worked out. Chug some water and then we'll get this going.
And what's that blade again? What's it called?
It's a bench scraper. It's good, like, after you, like, dice onions, you can just easily, like, scoop and move it where you want to put it. Good for, like, doughs and really scraggly bits for things. This is, like, I can't imagine having a kitchen without one. Card holder, my d*** a bench scraper. That's what I like to call it. Alright. 220 grams of dark brown sugar. And a pinch of salt. We're gonna do kind of like a generous pinch, because this is very, very sweet. Be a lot of sugar going on, so kind of want to cut it with some salt. Kind of mix the dry first. If you're baking, you kind of want to do all your dry stuff together before you add any wet. There really is like an order to the entire process. Most importantly, if you're following a recipe, just do it by the letter. It'll save you some drama. Okay, dry is in there. And now some softened butter. We're gonna do a 1/4 cup, or about half a stick. Oh, it's perfectly soft. All right, this is gonna take a minute. Mix it all in there. Sometimes you gotta finger fuck your whisk to break it apart. But eventually, once the butter is more like mixed in, the crystals of the sugar are actually gonna cut into the butter and help aerate the whole thing. So it's gonna look a little clumpy, almost like cookie dough for a little bit, but soon it's just gonna get almost like a liquid. That's gonna take a little bit. We'll get there.
I guess.
Good night.
You going to bed? Lame. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Craig, is there someone at our door?
I will check.
Is it the Canada Day man? Hide your teeth under the couch for a surprise.
My phone, my 18, never mind. Sorry, we have security cameras, so anytime that my phone goes, there's a person. Sorry, Greg, my phone went off, but there's not really anyone there.
No, there is none.
Yeah, my bad, but my phone went off for some reason. Yeah, sorry, I don't take any chances. The activity zone. Oh yes. Actually, I think that's the right zone.
Alright, just give her some more lubricant. I'm gonna put in that one whole ass egg.
Alright. Security camera recalibrated. Because I moved it today. Look at all those head frames. Oh, is that the batter?
Yeah, she's getting there.
Good, good, good. Yeah, butter tarts are really great. So you cook the shells first and then pour the stuff in?
They all go in together.
Let me look.
Teaspoon of vanilla.
Yeah, there's raisins that go in, and sometimes there's almonds that go in.
Yeah, I'm doing pecans.
So you
Yeah,
are
more used to
actually putting
pecans.
nuts in them?
Mm-hmm.
No. Better a nut than a raisin.
Recipe doesn't call for it, but I'm going to put in some maple syrup.
Yep.
Some real stuff.
That's a little bit of that never hurts.
I would say maybe like
a little bit. I see.
A tablespoon.
That much, yeah. No, that's fine. I mean, it's tree flavored sugar.
Yeah.
That's totally fine. There's nothing un-Canadian about adding more maple syrup.
Getting nice and glossy.
What about one raisin? A solitary raisin? Oh, one fucking single raisin? You better give your head a shake there, bud. Only putting one raisin. What's wrong with your head, bud? I'm almost out of liquor. I'm almost out of liquor.
Dude, I had so much liquor last night. I was about to buy some while I was at the store, and my body was like, don't. You're good. No more drinking.
Resist.
Okay. Alright, that's all done.
Good.
I'm gonna preheat the toaster oven and roll out the dough and make some butter tarts.
Are you gonna do it in the toaster oven?
Yeah, I brought it down here. Got it all cleaned up and everything.
That's awesome. I wish I could have some.
Well, if anything, this is just me trying it out, and then the next time I make them, they'll be even better, and I'll be able to make them with y'all.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right,
and you should have some while you're here, just so you know, like what, like as a, I don't know, a standard, a bar to or what is the word I'm looking for? Like the standard to base your default off of. Is that puppy still whining? I guess
she's
Greg is
preheating. I'm gonna go
muted.
grab the crust, and I'll be right back.
Greg, are you there? If you're talking, you're muted.
I keep turning myself off and then talking. Nah, he needs to go door, so just let him out here in a second.
Is that why he's whine? I heard something whine.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, baby.
He's being a little fussbot.
What do you mean? What's at the bottom left? Is the text not showing up? It says who's doing what, and yeah, the text. If unless you're on your phone, maybe is the text too small? Does the text not let you know what's going on? Do I need to make it bigger? There.
Can't believe an oven turned on in my room.
It's like when I was at Anthrocon on Canada Day 2017. Was it 2017 or 2018? I can't remember. But we brought deep fryers and coolers and stuff, and we made poutine. We did. I brought a little electric skillet thing that you can put oil in, and we fried Checkers French fries. You had the Checkers French fry poutine, didn't you?
Yeah, that was delicious.
With the Bubba
It was
made
very
gravy.
rich. Yeah.
Yeah. We those are the exact same fries that Cindrake and I brought to the room up there. I think. Yeah, we brought the cheese curds and everything and made the gravy. It was good, and we had a good time at it. Like, that was so much fun.
The last thing I cooked in my toaster oven was a sweet potato. Now my room just smells like baked sweet potato.
I mean, it was the same way that you make regular fries anyway. It was super good. We went to the Whole Foods in Asheville, North Carolina to get all of the good cheese curd flavors and everything. It was so good. It was so good. Like, we had such a good time. That's so awesome, dude. You making the cups for it now?
Yep. Just gotta roll the dough out. It's really flaky. That doesn't mean that it's not done, because it does still form a dough. It's just that when you get a really good pie crust, and it's not just like, because I learned pasta actually comes from the word paste.
Oh yeah. So
yeah,
really, so copy pasta really is copy pasta.
Holy shit! I actually didn't think about that.
Mind blown.
But if you use the technique that I'm using by keeping everything pretty chilled, then your dough it's gonna be really flaky, which means that when your crust is done, it's gonna be really flaky.
That's the trick, everybody. You gotta keep everything chill.
So I'm just gonna roll out half the dough first, because doing the whole thing is just really gonna be frustrating. Actually, let me show you an example.
Daddy, chill.
Well, you might not be able to tell, but the other half of the dough, it's very biscuity.
What the
in its
hell
layers.
is even that?
Like, that's kind of what you're looking for. Can't really get a good
Kind
shot
of
of it.
biscuity.
Yeah. You don't want it to be like homogenous, like a shiny thing of dough, because then you're just gonna get really chewy. You'll still have a crust, it's just it's not gonna taste sexy.
It's gonna be that Popeyes biscuit thick.
All right. I know I bake a lot, but I don't really have cookie cutters. So I just have lids from mason jars because we do a lot of pickling.
Hey, that's what my mom uses, dude.
Yep.
Mother, like, to make biscuits, my mom just uses the lids from, well, I think she uses ball jars, but ball mason.
Yeah, these are ball jar
same
lids.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's so great. Biscussy.
Whoever said that, did someone say that?
Reed Cat
Reed?
Zone said biscussy. Biscussy!
Biscussy.
Biscussy,
I'm always expecting him to say, "Baby got the diarrhea."
Stop. Stop.
Can't help it, man.
Please. God damn it. Biscussy. It's like exquisite. Exquisite. Biscussy. Never finish on the pussy.
Don't finish on the butt. Finish on the pussy.
Yeah, finish.
And then they're just like,
always finish on the butt. You're gonna have problems if you finish on the pussy. Got my jawbone. I just had to, like, give myself a jawbone massage.
Jawbone massage?
When you're grinning and laughing so much that like your jaw joints start hurting. You
100%.
gotta put your thumbs on them and, like, give a little massage because your cheek joints or whatever, like your jawbones are. Yeah, I get there a lot. From anytime I'm watching like Shane Gillis's first special, I had to give myself a jawbone massage because, like, I couldn't stop, like, doing the hard grin. Even if you don't mean to, like, it fucking hurts. Laughing brings pain. Pain that must be dealt with. Have I tried that candy? What, Jawbreakers? I mean, like, yeah, when I was a kid. I haven't had Jawbreaker. I have not consumed a Jawbreaker in probably 15 years. I think.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They were something that I craved as a kid, but as an adult, I might as well just put a sugar cube in my mouth.
You remember the giant Jawbreakers? It was
That
like
took
the
10
big
years
one.
to finish.
Yeah, something like this. It'll take you 10 years to finish this job. And it's like a huge one. And you can sit there in your room licking it for days and days, and you won't get down on it.
I didn't know there was like gum in the middle, and apparently it's like the best gum in the world.
There's gum in the middle?
Yeah, it's.
I never had one of the giant ones. Like I
on
did
that Cracker Barrel.
What's it called? Gobstoppers. I love Gobstoppers. Do they still make those?
Yeah, they do. Pretty sure.
Everlasting Gobstopper 5-ounce tin pack. Yeah, okay, let me look on Amazon.ca. Gobstopper. Because I remember because they change colors in the middle. Jawbreakers that change couleur. So 12-pack is like $45. A little expensive. But they do exist. They're still made.
They do exist.
They do exist, Santa. He does exist. They do exist. Santa. Let me find that. I'm gonna find that. That's a commercial that everybody remembers. They do. I'm just gonna type in "they do exist." It auto completes with Eminem commercial. Yeah, let's look. Let's take a look and see what there is.
Ow. So you think Santa will like these red and green M&Ms?
I don't know. I never met the guy. He does exist.
They do exist. Santa?
Wow, that was a thing. That was a thing.
How many views does that have?
Well, the original one has 1.2 million.
Oh, that's
it's
all.
like lower quality. I think that's the AI touched up whatever. Is this the
what terms to put the answer in?
What are we?
I mean, when we investigate the properties of nature, and we do get some answers, all the answers are in terms of particular structures.
Oh, this is we do exist.
Patterns. And these can be measured, and their behavior can be predicted.
This is Alan Watts.
But when I want to ask the question, what are the forms
Sun
made
and
of?
moon cannot illuminate it completely. Heaven and earth cannot cover it entirely. Boing. Last year's poverty was not real poverty, but this year's poverty is poverty indeed. Boing. I can't make a gong noise. This is what your butter tarts are supposed to look like. I'm putting them up now. That's a true that's a true North Canadian butter tart there, bud. The true North. The true North, strong and free. Oh yeah, that's choice. I've got to go upstairs and consort with my commodity.
What would a Canadian storm of the Capitol look like?
A bunch of truck drivers, like, pushing toward Ottawa. Maybe.
Oh, you know what? You're right.
Not that there's any, like, I'm not calling anybody out.
No, we're not gonna dig that up.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Like, I have friends on both sides of that fight, and it's really awkward. But yeah, like, that was the trucker thing. Is that yeah, not touching that. Not touching that. Sure, everybody's got some yeah. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. It seems that you've got some some beliefs. Come on in, homeboy. Oh, come over here, bud. Let's talk fucking beliefs. Nah, I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, it's a holiday.
It's a fucking holiday, dude. When you look into a mirror, the reflection that you see is a shell of what you were. It's not who you want to be, but you're gonna change. You just about made up your mind. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab. I'm gonna
top these with a few more pecans.
Do that.
Then they'll go in.
I'm gonna go grab a beverage, and I'll be right back. Cześć, junkie.
What'd you call me? Parts are still raw, man. I am putting them in the toaster oven right now.
Are we there? Is it? No, I think we are here. Okay, we're good. Oh, yes. You were brought into this world with a head full of good ideas, but the person you became, well, it just couldn't be for real. But you're gonna change, you've just about made up your mind. You're gonna change, and when you leave it all behind, what will the past remember? What will the future bring when you walk out? Karaoke time. When you walk out. Are we, is everybody here? Can you hear me? Yeah, calling you.
I can hear you.
Call sign Kingfisher. It's like the, yeah, hold on a minute. I'll put that on. Calling you. I won't do the intro, but I'll do calling you, because why not? Because why not?
Somewhere in the night there's a lost star shining, sending out a heartbeat to you. Way across the sky there's a faint light burning.
Alright, she's got 8.5 minutes on the clock, so I'm just gonna keep tidying
That's
up.
all until you can eat it?
Well, until it comes out of the oven. I'll probably want to wait like another 10 minutes before I eat it, because they're gonna be like
then it's just a cool down after that.
Huh? What's that?
Then it's just a cool down after that?
Yep.
You're not supposed to talk during the cool down.
Oh, okay.
You remember the art of self-defense?
Yes.
No talk during the cool down.
God damn. I'll have a fan pointed at the tart, so they'll cool down much quicker too. But,
right on.
Get back.
Pumpkin much? Quantum theory dictates that this pumpkin could be in two places at the same time. How is that possible? Science. Inside here, the mysteries of the entire universe are inside this pumpkin. There's a faint light burning, open up the glimmer will shine through.
I didn't even finish. I'm sorry. I do apologize for my rude behavior, and what I wanted to say was. Forget it. I'll tell you later.
Someone in the night is sending out a signal. Gotta get a message to you. Lying in the dark, the shadows make you shiver. Gotta shake off your fright, 'cause they need you tonight. Oh, somewhere there's someone. They're reaching out. They're searching for ships that are lost in the night. They're calling you.
Oh, Cedric, I've got these drugs that I've been muling in my ass. share that? I know I shared it with the people at our kitchen party. I hope I didn't make myself look like a delinquent telling that story to Jen and Steve.
I'm sure you're fine, dude.
No, we had that party.
Dude, you're no worse.
What did we watch?
I have no idea.
No, it was the Burger Time. Bob's Burgers. We watched the Bob's Burgers movie.
That was a good movie.
And I told them the story about the guy in the prison. They have a prison in Prince Edward Island.
Oh God, yeah.
And I told them the story about the guy, the repeat felon that did an impression of Cyril Sneer by bending over in front of someone and pushing his balls and penis back between his legs to make it look like Cyril Sneer's face. And he did some impression. I don't know. Someone was like, "Oh, Cedric, you've got to get the black," or whatever. And it was like he. It's an aardvark cartoon character. He was using his willy to look like an aardvark or whatever, and he tried to do the impression, and I guess he relaxed his ass a little too much, and it caused muled drugs to fall out of his rectum. Raccoons was not Nelvana. That was Kevin Gillis. I wonder if he's related to Shane Gillis. I don't know who Kevin Gillis's animation company was. But no, that was his own thing. I don't know. Was it the Raccoons? I don't think Nelvana. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't think that Nelvana did a lot of Canadian cartoons. They did like Care Bears and Rock and Rule and stuff like that. But anyway, this prisoner did this skit. He did a bit trying to imitate Cyril Sneer in front of a prison guard using his balls and his penis, and it caused contraband drugs to fall out of his butt. I'm just going to type this in: PEI prison Cyril Sneer. That's all I'm typing in. PEI prison Cyril Sneer. All right. Drunk. Let's do. I'm actually gonna bring this up on the computer screen. Can I do that? Yeah. Here we go. Drunk and naked prisoner accidentally reveals hidden drugs during X-rated impersonation of Cyril Sneer. A PI prisoner's drunk and X-rated impersonation. This is not the Bee. This is not the Onion or like a fake site. This is like literally a real story. This is an actual real story. Not bullshit. What, Rex, why do you have a glove on it? Like, that looks weird.
It's my oven mitt.
Did you hear this story before? Have I told you this story?
No. What the hell
Are
is
you
it?
familiar with the cartoon The Raccoons?
Yes.
With like the pink aardvark that smokes cigars and he's like, I'm gonna take over the world because I'm so rich.
Yeah,
Cedric, you idiot. Huh?
They have the weird bendy noses.
Yeah. And there's one of the raccoons that has the broken snout. voiced by Lynn Carlson, who voiced Ganon in the Zelda cartoon.
Oh shit.
The guy who voiced Ganon, like, Link, I've got you now, like, or whatever, he voices the nerd raccoon in this show. I have the whole show. I have it in 3 different languages. I have it in German, English, and Russian. If you ever want to watch it, it's a good show. It's actually a great show.
Real important, real quick, would someone please allow Rectum in the chat?
Yeah, I got it.
That's very
Rectum.
important. Thank you very much.
Rectum damn near killed him. Sorry, I thought that would be funny. Anyway, yeah, PI prisoners drunk and extra blah 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 blah. As guards readied this guy for time spent in a dry cell, which is for prisoners suspected of having, is a drunk tank basically. Campbell asked guards if they had ever seen the cartoon character Cyril Sneer, a pink aardvark. He's the bad guy from the cartoon, The Raccoons. Then he tucked his penis between his legs and bent over and jumped up and down, you know, probably making his dick flop around. Apparently pretending to be the evil industrialist. During his performance, guards spotted a piece of plastic basically sticking out of his butthole. Sensing their suspicions, he allegedly pulled the bag out and threw it across the cell. The bag contained 4 hits of hydromorphone. It's an opiate. It's a synthetic opiate thingamabob. In Charlottetown court on Monday, Campbell pleaded guilty to possession of the drug, and he was fined $700. That's like a year's wages in prison. Takes you like a year to make $700. I shouldn't laugh about that. That's not a laughing matter. And he must also pay $105 Canadian victims of. He has to pay to them that much. This. Okay, I will laugh at that. It's like, I really didn't want to see your asshole, bud. You owe me $105 Canadian. It's like, that's real. This is real. This is a real story. This is not from the Onion or the Bee or whatever the fuck or whatever the fake news thing is. I feel so bad for the Onion people. It's like the people of the Onion. It's like I see their YouTube channel now. Like I'm honest. I'm gonna be honest. Like this sucks to say this, but I see like, oh, the Onion. What parody do you have of like the absolute insane reality that we live in? Like, if your entire income is making fun of bland, politically charged shit to make it sound insane and crazy, you've got a good pull. You've got a good like pull for money. But when it gets to the point, like with social media and whatnot, like I said, I'm not gonna wax. I'm not waxing. But if it gets to the point where the regular everyday news that you get is that wild, you're gonna have a tough time. The Onion, I assume that the Onion and everybody who represents the Onion are probably making at the very least a little bit money less than what they were making. I don't know. And that sucks. I'm not gonna wax. But it kind of sucks when you can't parody politics because it's gotten so wild that even just the regular true news that you hear is insane. It's like a guy requests to have himself blasted into space because his favorite cartoon character died in the show. And it's like, yeah, that's some Onion shit, but then you look and it's like, no, that was actually a real news article. That guy is that tormented. He requested. Yeah, this is not a parody. So like, wow, damn.
Man, those look great. They didn't take long at all.
And then you feel
They
bad
look a
for
little
the dude.
gray from the lighting, but they are like dark and
I see.
yeah, they're cooling down right now.
Hey.
I'm gonna let these cool for a bit. The lighting makes them look like gray bricks, but they're really like dark brown and caramely looking.
Those are the exact colors. There's a little overflow on top, but
yeah, these I kind of accidentally overfilled, but these are gonna be the pretty ones. We're gonna cut these open.
Greg, have we got people at the door? No, that's
Greg, are you
the
the
phone.
guard dog?
No, my phone just did the dirty dirt thing.
I know.
I'm down in the basement. He's sitting 6 feet away from the door. So if something's going on with the door, yeah, I would ask him because he's 6 feet away from it.
He's 6 fucking feet away. He's 6 fucking feet away from the thing, Rex. What are you doing? He's 6 fucking feet away. What's the problem with him sitting right there with the 3 feet away from the friggin' thing? What are you too busy playing your Dota? You Dota 2? You friggin' Dota 2 addict? You sitting up there doing the thing? He's 3 friggin' feet away from the thing there. Let him go check out the thing.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was purposefully ignoring you. What were you saying?
What are you friggin' doing?
Well, that sucks. I'm busy.
Well, that sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was good. I'm sorry. Lord, I'm so sorry. Yeah, we're good. We're good. You're concentrating on your Canuck muffins, right?
Well, I think this one's cool enough to take out. What?
Never mind. I'm looking at you now. I know. I'm trying to read the chat and look at what you're doing. Turn them up. Well, get a parchment paper and turn them upside down. Well, you could do that too.
Yeah. Oh, we'll just look at a
you
pretty
can nibble
one.
on that,
It's so
but I'm
warm.
going to guarantee you the middle of that thing is going to be like the Earth
It
core.
is. It absolutely is.
But no, they look good. That's what they're supposed to. There's nothing wrong about the way that any of those look. I'm not sucking your dick. I'm not like dick riding or anything. I'm just saying, like a couple of them, the filling, there's like way more filling. Like they don't look like the ones at the store because the filling is hiding the crust ring.
Mm-hmm.
It's hiding the ring of the crust.
Okay.
No,
I'm gonna go get.
But no, like the filling and everything, it looks fine. It just looks like it's missing raisins. That's not quoting me. Like the only thing that it could be missing is raisins. Go ahead though. Go ahead, do your thing.
I'm gonna get a little flat end spatula and get the rest of these out.
I'm watching your fingers. Do it. Leave. Otherwise, I'm just. You finished. You finished.
I'm sorry. I do apologize for my rude behavior. Viva Perrier, I guess.
Daddy, chill.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
Did he finish? Did he finish fast or slow? What does that mean? That sounds like somebody on
Wait. What? No, wait, no, don't leaving. Did he finish fast or slow? What? Why are you leaving? Why is everybody leaving? I just wanted to... I apologize.
Shut the fuck up!
I seriously...
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
She looks like she should be in a sewer, bothering children.
Whoa.
You can go on Tinder. Have you heard of this? There's Tinder. You go beep boop bop and there's pussy. You're gay.
That's how I felt about my toaster oven. I just went beep boop bop and look at all this pussy that came out.
And there's pussy.
What am I? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Oh shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. God damn.
It really is unfortunate because like the pictures make it look like I made like gray tuna tarts or something.
Tuna tarts. No. I know exactly what butter tarts look. Look, I'm going to I want to post this on the stream. Butter tarts. Whoa, my alt key just fell off of my keyboard. That's what it fell out, dude. My switches fell out. My alt key, my right alt key switch fell out of my keyboard.
They might not fit.
No, it's in now. Like, I'm not talking about the keycap. I mean the switch, the brown switch.
Oh. That's weird.
It is weird. No, like I pulled the keycap off to replace it with something, and then I pulled it off to replace it with the original, and I was like, I don't like the Russian one. It's a different color, and I don't need it. It's the same key with the same ALT on it, but it's a different color. And all of the other keys on that I'm not changing, because the window key and the function key and the control key. You know, to the right of the space bar, it's Alt, Window, Function, Control.
Mm-hmm.
The Alt key to the right of the space bar, Alt, Window, Function, Control. I changed the Alt key, and then I was like, you know, none of these other ones I need to change. Yeah, that looks good.
Look at that gooiness, dude. I don't know if the camera's gonna pick it up.
No, it sure did.
Ooh.
Let me get a picture. None of you like, oh, I'm gonna get like the professional whatever pictures. I only need 2. I love this keyboard so much.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is butter tarts.
Ooh.
Just so you know what they look like, and
holy shit.
They're great. They're fucking great.
It's like a concentrated pecan pie. Like deeply sweet, deeply.
Did they turn out good? Is it something you'd eat like 10 of?
Extremely good.
Good.
One. Only one.
Well,
I'm
no,
only eating one.
like
They're so rich.
not having to worry about your health, you would eat 10 of them.
Oh, it's not even my health. Like even my body is just like, you know when something's so rich.
I'm like that with pumpkin pie. I would eat 30 whole pumpkin pies if I could. Like I know I can't. I would get diabetes and I would get fucked up as all hell and whatnot. But if I could, if I was not health conscious and didn't have to worry about stuff like that, I would 110% just eat hundreds of them. like Twinkies or Reese's peanut butter cups or whatever. They're good, but like after I eat 2 or 3 of them, I'd be sick of them. I wouldn't want any more. Butter
I could eat an
tarts.
entire bag of candy corn and not feel bad about it, but I'm the odd man out there.
Wow.
Yep.
No, but butter tarts. Bubba, have you had a butter tart yet?
I don't actually think I have.
Because you're in you're in the New England area.
Yep.
Next time that y'all are up here, I wish y'all would come up here. Can y'all make it up here for my birthday if I paid for it?
Sure, I could make that happen.
Well, I don't mean to put you on the spot or anything, but I would love for y'all to be up here for my 40th. Like, if it was any other birthday, I wouldn't care, but I'm turning 40. This September 16th, I will be streaming. I will be streaming on or the day before my birthday or whatever. I'm turning 40. I'm 39 right now. I'm 39 and 3/4 of whatever. I will have a birthday party here on the internet, but I hope that Bubba, Rex, maybe even Harp, maybe even Slava, depending on how the war goes, whoever, I would love to have come up here for a birthday thing, if we can organize it. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. But regardless, like, yeah, that I would love to have that and have butter tarts. 2 for everyone. If there's 10 people there, I would like Rex to make 20 of them. So everybody has 2. But I don't know. We'll figure it out. I might go down to the States. I don't know. But it would be nice. It would be pretty cool.
I want another one. And I'm done cooking, so I'll go ahead and close my webcam. But that was fun as fuck.
Sure.
Oh man. It's like the gourmet version of those little pecan pies that you would get at Walmart, you know?
Oh, so you're familiar
Those
with the
tiny
Walmart
ones.
pecan pies?
Dude, yeah. I used to get them all the time.
That's what these are. Like, they're a little different.
Yeah.
Like, you mean the little,
These
like,
are way more buttery,
the
way
ones that are
darker.
like 85 cents and they're on that one like middle table and there's like hundreds of them. Can you look at my stream?
I've been looking the whole time.
These guys. They're only like 4 inches wide, but there's hundreds of them on this table.
And they're tiny. They're really small.
Yeah, like they're like a
They're
floppy
little pucks.
disk. They're like 3 or 4 inches wide. Like I said, they're really, because you know everybody knows they have the other ones. They have the apple pie, the pumpkin pie, the lemon pie. Like they've got all those like little. I want to find the table. This. Are you looking now? This is a very like low res picture, but this table at Walmart.
Yes. I like the blueberry and the cherry.
Yeah, like all of them are good. But you know that table. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It's not letting a high res picture show up. Every picture that I'm showing is like super low res. Why is it not? Oh, never. Oh shit. Okay, here we go. This right here is my pretty boy swag. This is what I'm talking about. These pecan, apple, blueberry, pumpkin, cherry, lemon, chocolate, whatever else. Like, oh man, I miss these price tags. I miss like when you could get a Voodoo 3 at Walmart. Like, holy fuck. You just bought 2 grams of a strain called Space Fox? See, this is the thing. If those people would caravan up to Calais, Maine, and I could drive there and meet them in their camper, likely they have a camper, and and let me smoke a little bit of it. That's my rule. I don't advocate products if I don't use them. HelloFresh? Hey, HelloFresh executives, the one of you out of the 1,000 of you that there are, the one of you that may in fact be watching my animation stream, we use you almost every week of our life. Me and my partner here in Canada. And it's awesome. I talk about you guys and how awesome you are all the time. If you wanna, I don't know, pay me a couple $1,000 to talk about how cool your thing is for, 8 or 9 days in a row, I'd do it. If it was Raid Shadow Legends or some horse shit like that, I wouldn't, because that's like child gambling games and blah blah blah. I don't fuck with that shit.
We'd cook it on stream. Show how easy it is.
Yeah, I would. I'm not gonna do Tushy.
A live Tushy experience.
I'm a U-Spa man. We're U-Spa here. We this ain't Tushy territory. But yeah, like if XP Pen, the Chinese art tablet company. If you guys wanted me to talk about your tablet and say like, hey, for at least half of episode 2 up until now, and I'm still using the same tablet, yeah, I'll talk about your shit. I've been using this tablet for like 2 years and some change, and it's great. If they paid me a little bit of money, I'd do a little testimonial about it. And I know there's not that many people here. There's only like 40 or 50 people here, but it's still like, this is still a solid community. People would hear that and understand. I said, my priority is not to make an extra $1,000 hawking someone's product, but it would be fun. The only product that I have been zealously hawking for the past couple of years has been Blender, and Blender is 100% free. All Blender takes has nothing to do with your money. All it takes is your willpower that you need to download it and fuck around with it. I've almost wanted to like call members of my family that I haven't talked to in like 30 years and be like, hey, you want some money? You want to know how to do a thing that's cool? There's this thing called Blender, and like, that would be really cool. But it's like, holy shit, it's a free program, but at the same time, I don't want to like call people up or ring people up and be like some weird televangelist person. Although, like when I think about it, like there's no money involved. It's like, oh, what do you need? You need me to send you some money to do to sacrifice, blah, blah. It's like, no, do it. Are you letting him cool off? Don't burn your lips. Be very careful. But it's just, you let people chill out. I don't know. Like people are crazy about that shit. But when you're offering a service to someone for no money, if you're saying like, oh, I'll do it for free, just come and talk to me. Like get on a Discord, screen share, webcam, voice chat thing or whatever. People are going to think you're crazy. They're like, oh, he's doing it for free? Well, there's something else out of this. Is he getting my life force? Is he sitting there going, you know, like sucking your energy out or something? Like, no, there are a couple of people that do this. But I'm one of those zealots that's like, oh my God, it's free and it's for a program that's free and you don't have to pay anything to anyone. Then when I show it to people, it's going to be free too, because I want to do the same thing. Everybody else is getting wet. I'm going to get soaked, you know, and, I want to continue the free tradition. We've talked about it on stream before. If I ever do a thing at a con like PAX East or what's it called? MagFest or even Mag West or whatever, it would be totally free and I would pay for the food. I talk about this like every 2 or 3 streams I have, but we're going to do a thing where me and like 2 or 3 of my friends come along, and if you can pay for the plane ticket to get to that con and you don't mind just hanging out 4 hours, 5 hours a day, excuse me. If you can show up Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for 4 hours each day at a fixed schedule, when you leave whatever nerd convention that is, you're going to have as much of a grasp of Blender and editing movies and videos as I have. And, you know, like, which isn't like a huge amount. Like, I'm not a master or even a professional at this stuff. But if you want to make something, barring your animation skills, like if you've drawn, you know, Popeye or Mario or Luigi or someone at just like a basic line layer and fill layer level, when you come and do that thing that we're going to do for 3 days, at the end of it, you will be able to make those cartoons at the level that I make them. Like all the effects and everything in Fox in Space Episode 2, and even like 3, what I'm working on now, you will be able to do them. And, you know, like I said, it's not going to get you a job. It's not going to guarantee you a job, let alone even get you a job with anybody. But if you like what I do with Episode 1 and the second episode of A Fox in Space, and you want to learn how to do that stuff, I can teach you every single thing that I know in 3 days. And for free. And not only will it be for free, but I will pay for all of the food. So if you're there for the whole day, we'll do it like 4 hours for everybody. And then at the end of the 4 hours, I'll be like, all right, that was the 4-hour course for today. Do any of you feel like staying and just hanging out with us for another 4 hours? Because I'm just going to be here animating. And if you need any questions answered, we're all just going to be here hanging out all day. So if you show up and you're hungry, the course is free. The food will be there.
I'm back.
And hey Rex, I'm just telling you like how when we do a thing at a con, how we're all going to be there for 3 days for hours a day, and the food will be there. You'll get McDonald's or Pizza Hut or whatever the fuck. Like everything will be catered. And Yeah, because that's what, like $200 or $300 a day. I don't fucking care. Like I'll do that. Like that's fine. I will gladly set aside that much, because this is gonna be a thing that's gonna be planned for like a year or so. Like I will gladly set aside the money to just be like, all right, anyone who shows up for this for 3 days in a row, it's not going to be the best food in the world. It'll be McDonald's or Pizza Hut or whatever, but it'll be paid for. It's paid for. You can sacrifice 3 days of a healthy vegan life or whatever and get this. Just think, like, there's no excuse. All you got to do is show up for it. I'm not charging you for the lessons, and I'm not charging you for food. You can stay there all day, and even if you don't like it that much, there's still food. Like, you'll be able to eat free food, Pizza Hut or McDonald's or whatever else there I can afford and get at the time. I don't care. Even if we can't, if there's no catering, then I'll pay Rex and Bubba and Greg and whoever to make a giant soup thing of gumbo. We'll make a gluten-free version and a vegan version if people need it. But I'm pretty sure, like, I can just, like, get catering from someplace. I'm not afraid to like, put that up. Like, I want to do that. Excuse me. I'm getting hiccups. This is so dumb. But seriously, back to what I was saying, like, there's no charge. You'll be able to show up. I'll give like 6 months or 12 months ahead of time. When I figure out which con it's going to be at, it'll be like 6 months ahead of time or 12 months ahead of time. And I'll tell people, you show up, you get your hotel room taken care of and all that. And, you know, like, have your own money, like, be able to go to the con. All I'm taking care of is, you know, afternoon and supper food at the thing. I will gladly take care of all that if you want to come and hang out for 4 or 5 hours and learn how to make cartoons in Blender. Even if you've never used Toon Boom, Adobe Animate, Macromedia Flash, or any of those, like, if you've never used them before, you're gonna leave this thing knowing how to do at least some of it, because I'm doing it under the pretense that I'm teaching people how to use a program to help me finish my cartoon. Even if you don't want to work for me, I don't fucking care. But just for the chance. Yesly jest chance. If I can, you know, out of, let's say, 40 people that show up, if out of the 40 people that show up, I get like 7 who are like, hey, I know how to do this stuff. And, you know, Fred, if you want me to do something for your cartoon, I could do it if you want to pay me. And I'm fully versed in it. That's what I'm shooting for. And if out of 100 people show up and only 8 of those 100 people want to work on my cartoon, that's fine too. I don't care about the percentage. I don't care about the turnout. I just want to help people. Where is it going to be at? I don't know yet. Like I said, it could be 6 months from now. It could be a year from now. I don't know. But I just want to, before I even set a date, I want to make people aware that I have this in mind. It's not going to be within 12 months of now. Or 6 months of now. Like, I don't know. It might be a year from now. I don't know what's coming up, but I will let people know. And like I said, if you don't want to work for me, if you're doing it because, like, oh, I love Fox in Space and I want to, like, learn how to help him with his cartoon, then great. If you're hearing about this and you're like, well, his cartoon's cool and all, but I want to do my own thing and I want to learn how to use this program to make my own thing, and I don't really want to help with his cartoon and I just want to do my own thing. Great, do it. 100%, just like anybody else is coming, please. Like, if I get one person out of this or 20 people out of it, I don't fucking care. I'm still going to be working on my cartoon. I just want to have people come into it and come out going like, holy shit, I can make a Legend of Zelda cartoon or a Metroid cartoon in this style or in my slightly different weird version of this style because I don't want to line up right with what he's doing. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care. If you want to hop in and learn how to use Blender for all this stuff just because you want to make your own cartoon, please, like, I'd prefer that actually. If a couple people out of it want to like come and do in-betweens on mine, great. A Fox in Space and the violence will get out a little quicker than I thought they would. But even if they don't, I don't care. That's fine. I feel like it's cheating that I got the knowledge that I have now. The skill, not the skill. So I'm not that good of an animator. I've still got years to go before I actually get like really good at animating. I'm still very much a beginner and I've got a long way to go. But there's a difference between the knowledge of how to use a program and then the skill. It's like, okay, knowledge, I know all the keyboard shortcuts, I know how to do all this stuff. But then do you have the skill to, make it look like Don Bluth or Walt Disney or blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, like I know how to use the program. I know all the keyboard shortcuts, but learning all of the skill involved is going to take years. And that's where I'm at. I've got all the knowledge of the program, all the keyboard shortcuts and everything, but all of the skill and technique and all of that is like, no, I'm still very much an amateur. It takes a long time to get that. I don't have it yet. Greg, I want to play a little Diablo 4 with you tonight. Do we have time? Are you there? Greg? Are you there? I won't tell anybody. Whatever con you reach out to, better reach out soon and work with someone on folding that into their schedule. Well, that's the thing. Like, if you've got something that serious going on that you can't fold in an animation lesson, then obviously it's more important to you than learning how to animate. Like, this is something that I've spent like 5 years learning how to do, and I'm picking a date. Not even arbitrarily, just like I'm going to plan something that'll line up with my schedule to teach people how to do what I do. If you can't schedule it within your own like days off and whatnot because you've got a more important job, then I wouldn't bother with it. This is like I said, it like I'm incredibly busy with what I'm doing now, and planning this just to go out for free and show everybody something for free, and also getting food and everything. Planning a show is basically a nightmare. Absolutely. All the time. Like, anytime we've done a get together or a cabin getaway or even a seminar or a hearing at a con, just over like silly animation stuff, yeah, it's been an absolute nightmare. I agree. But it happens. Like, I'll figure something out. And that's the thing. It'll definitely be within, like 8 months to a year. If you can't plan something like 8 months to a year ahead of time to go and like learn a thing where you don't have to worry about food cost and it's free, then that's like me doing this for free for as many people as that want to show up, and also paying for your food. Like, that's me reaching out more than I need to. These things are usually like hundreds of dollars, and you don't have to, there's maybe water or coffee or something. I know. Like that's the thing. Like, no, I 100% know what you're talking about. Like, some of the hotels and places that are working with you for these things, some of the people that run those things are fucking like bleeding thieves. And you have to find a place.
I've done enough convention stuff that I'd rather never do again.
Yeah. This is the thing. Like, my partner Greg, like he does planning for stuff like this all the time, and I hear all the horror stories. It's wild. Some of the stories he's told me, I was like, yeah, maybe I don't want to do this, but if making the wrong choice or not being right at the helm of it just means I have to pay $400 or $500 extra dollars, I don't care.
Oh, sweet.
I'm gonna try. Well, Greg, this is something for like 15 to 20 people. This isn't like a full-size convention.
I think your best bet is to, because I know someone was saying the opposite, but conventions are always looking for people who are willing to put on panels, do that kind of thing. So I think that's probably your best recourse, is to find.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Like, you know what?
This is the thing.
For people who want things.
The best thing I can do is present myself to them and be like, "This is me. This over here is the thing I make. Over here, this is how many subscribers I have."
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, though, the second you say free food, you are in for a nightmare.
What do you mean?
Because you end up people who are there for the free
vegan
food.
and
that's it. Nope.
The vegan
you just end up with a
people
pile of people there for free food because they got nothing better to do. And they
well, no, like this would be
it.
RSVP.
Yeah.
This would be 100% like like limited up to 25 people or 30 people or whatever. And once those RSVPs are met, the doors are locked and no other people than those people who RSVP'd are allowed in. If you RSVP'd at this thing and you're like, oh, I brought my sister and my boyfriend, and like, nope, none of them are allowed in. Only the people who RSVP and are here to learn Blender. If you're just here sitting in the back twiddling your thumbs and not learning Blender, I will tell you to leave the room. Like, this is 100% only for people who are here to learn Blender and want a fucking 3-day crash course.
Yeah, you'd 100% have to enforce that.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Definitely, I would say, like,
people coming in for free chicken sandwiches
to get
from
your meal,
Walmart.
you must at least complete. Yep.
Yeah, this would not be like on the regular day planner of the con booklet or whatever. This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't need to do this with a con. I'd like to. It'd be cool.
I think you'd want to, because it covers your insurance and your room fees. Because those are expensive. Like, you're like $200-300. Oh no! If you're looking to rent a space, depending on what you're looking to do, it can be quite expensive.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, and when people are done with those 4 or 5 hours a day, they leave and immediately go out to like a fun area where other stuff is going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
right?
I'm
so
fine with that, but if it's not necessary, if I don't have to, I don't care.
You can do it as a lead into a con too, right? So it's like you go, you do this, and then the con starts when you're done. Yeah, it would definitely need a bit of planning, though.
I'm not afraid of it. And this is the thing, that like there's no chance of it being a disaster or a bad thing, because it's going to be like 20 or 30 people. And it's like, hey, you're here for this thing. If you can't do it, that like if somebody's showing up late on the 3rd day, I'm going to tell them to fuck off. Like, you weren't here for day 1 or day 2, and now you're like being the prissy diva showing up on the 3rd day, like, oh, like, I'm here now, like, I'm here to learn about, like, no, you quirky fuck, you can leave. Like, somebody showing up on like the 3rd day, be like, well, trust me, I have a rough brain, I can absorb everything from day 1. It's like, no, you can absorb the fact that you need to leave right now. Like, if somebody's a few minutes late or whatever, yeah, sure, but like, this is going to be a serious thing where there's like 20 people that are going to learn how to do this thing, and then you think that like 20 of these people, when they're on the 3rd day and learning all of this really tough stuff, that you're going to come in on the 3rd day and be like, oh, I'm late, and sorry, but like, can someone catch me up? I'm like, no, you're gonna leave. That person is gonna be 180 degrees rotated. Yeah, get rotated, fucker. The shark thing. Like, yeah, you're gonna get rotated 180 degrees and told to leave. There's no, like, I totally sympathize and empathize with college teachers. You're like the 3rd part of a learning thing, and then someone shows up who's never been to your class before, like, hey, teach, sorry I'm a little tardy to the party. Could you tell it? Like, no, get the fuck out. Never come back. Like, 100%. I can relate with that. I don't want anything to do with those people. And that's the thing. It's like, if you're here to learn a thing and you're like, well, I was gonna show up and learn the thing, but oh my god, they had the dance and DDR, and I had to 5-star the DDR. So like, you're not coming here to learn how to make a cartoon. You're coming to a con to come to a con. Fuck off with that shit. There's nothing wrong with having fun at all. But if you're saying like, if you're RSVPing and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna be here, and you don't show up, and then on the second day you show up and it's like, yeah, I was like, no, you failed the class. Sorry. But yeah, like that's, yeah.
You should try a webinar.
Webinar?
Yeah, do a webinar.
Well.
But it would give you a good feeling for whether or not it's something that is even worth doing, right? Like if
There's
you can't get
nothing
people to
I'm
remote
doing.
into a webinar, then
There's nothing I'm doing that I couldn't do on a Discord screen share.
Exactly.
That's another thing I've thought about. It'll be a little bit easier walking around and teaching people how to do stuff, but it's like in this day and age with COVID and, you know.
You know, nowadays too, you can do a lot of screen sharing shit where you can take control of people's desktops and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at, pretty much.
That might be something you should do at Fun Day Fan Fest sometime. They would give you space.
Are they ever going to have one again?
Not Fun Day Fan Fest, sorry. Fog City Comic Con. The one at the library.
Where's that?
It's a library uptown. It's a small one.
I went to that one.
Yeah,
That's
I did a presentation on doing comics, remember?
Where I sat there with Matt and Heather and their friends on the thing in the library. I remember that. We went in and all the way to the back, and we had that long table that we sat at. I remember that. Do they do those every year?
Yep.
I'd be more up
But
for
they're nice
doing
and
something
casual
like
and
that. And just
They would
be
have
like,
lots of rooms, right? And it's a learning thing, so the library would like be 100% for it.
anybody that works at a library is all for like the old way of things.
You'd be surprised. The library here is usually
Hell
pretty
yeah.
modern.
No, I'm not saying that as a complaint. I'm saying like that these are people like, hey, we're up for the old way of things. Sitting people in a room, showing them how to do a thing in person. I'm 100% up for that. Yeah, I wasn't saying that as a negative at all.
Yeah, because like I said, I did a presentation on comics and stuff, and they mentioned at the time, it's like, oh, it'd be nice if you could come in and do some like hands-on stuff. And they also host the what's it called? There's a comic group in town that meets every second Saturday. They do art and comics, and they host them. But yeah, it would be something I think that would be a good fit. Because that would be your space, your...
This is the thing, if it takes me 10 hours in a day to teach people a thing, even if they're ignorant as fuck and brain dead and can't absorb stuff 10 times as slow as like other people do it. Some people are like that. I'm like that with certain things. Dude trying to teach me how to play drums, I'm sitting there like, for like 8 hours learning a 1 hour thing. Like, I understand that like that can be frustrating. For some people, there are some people who want to learn something like that and they go into it and it's like, I want to learn it and I can learn it, but my brain is a little slow for this specific thing. It's not impossible. I can learn it, but I am going to take twice as long as some other people.
But I mean, we did that basic, like we did that truck. When you did that recorded presentation for...
Yeah,
we
was
did that in like an hour, maybe 2 hours, and be
it was
able
like
to walk
3 or
away
4.
and said, I know
and
navigation.
Nobody had a problem. All 6 people that were
wasn't even
part
that
of
long.
that. Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 at the most. But like all 5 or 6 people in that thing that I did, all 5 or 6 of them had everything figured out. Hold on, I got some gift subs.
Yeah, once you know how to navigate around and do like the basics, like
Pescetti
extrude, all
Pie
that shit, like you're
gifting a bunch of tier 1 subs. Neuropathos, Winterfrost Dragon, Schaefer 73, Nails 43, Weird Tiger. I think that's all of them. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, like this is what I'm saying, like in the average crowd, yeah, you can do that and people will be fine, but occasionally you're going to have people that are going to struggle with stuff. I was very fortunate because every single person that we got in that 5 or 6 person crowd for that screen share, Greg, every single one of those people knew exactly what I was doing. They had never done it before, but they knew what I was doing and they figured it out. Occasionally, you're going to have people like me who are new to something like that, and they're like, I don't get it. Can you do that again? I don't get it. Well, what do you not get? All of it. Like I've been that person.
I think most people, though, if they're going to be there for, they would have a decent understanding.
Well, this is the thing. I'm not saying this as in like, well, if this happens, like it's going to be bad. Like I'm prepared for people like that.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm fine. Like if it does happen, then yeah, I'm going to have to teach a little bit harder. But if it does happen, I will be able to teach a little bit harder. I'm just letting everybody know that like that's not going to be a problem at all. Like I'll be able to do that.
Is Bubba still around? Did he wander off?
I'm here.
No.
Sorry.
Okay. Just hadn't heard anything from you.
I was dicking around in Diablo. Still kind of am.
I'll be in that in a little bit.
But I am going to take a break from it because I want to take a quick shower. It's kind of really muggy here today, and I'm feeling gross.
It was here today too.
Yeah, we're in the same region more or less.
And we couldn't go to the place because it's Canada Day.
The gym?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, happy Canada Day. You get to be lazy.
Perfect. My daddy told me not to be ashamed to use them.
What? Daddy?
Yeah, you know, remember the sometimes I rip the skin. Greg, you never.
No,
Steve Rambo.
Without further interruption, let's celebrate and suck some dick.
You
might not know that he's muted.
Greg, you don't know the gay porn where they're out in the woods. And he's like, oh, didn't see that. It's like, oh, well, my daddy taught me that the best way to jerk off was using somebody else's mouth. And he's just like, And the director, you hear him behind the camera going, perfect. Let me find the video. I know you've seen this. I know you've seen memes from this. Let me find it. I think I can show this on stream because it's on YouTube. Look on stream.
Yeah, look on stream.
You mind if I wait here? Looks like you ain't got much choice. I sure hope you ain't going for no chainsaw. Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what? Our daddy taught us not to be ashamed of our dicks, especially since they're such good size and all.
Yeah, I see that. Your daddy gave you good advice.
It gets bigger when I pull on it. Sometimes, I pull on it so hard, I rip the skin.
Well, my daddy taught me a few things too, like how not to rip the skin by using someone else's mouth instead of your own hands.
Will you show me?
I'd be right happy
to. You've never seen.
Nope. Good grief. But now I can't say that anymore. Now I have.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Oh shit.
Czar for what? For what? Czar.
That's not. Oh goddamn! That's not the. I'm trying to find that. And you hear the director go. Perfect. Like
perfect.
Yeah. No. Like he's. Where's the. Steve. Hold on. I'll find it. Steve Rambo.
Oh, your poor search history.
I can find it like the whole video. I'll have to get Harp to show it to me. Because there's a part where he's like, and just in the background in the left speaker, you hear the director like, perfect. It's like mumbled in the background. Yeah, Greg, I know you have seen this. I know you have seen this 100%. Look.
I'm coming. Hello?
It's me, Richard.
It's 1:30 in the morning. What are you doing calling me?
Sorry to do it to you, but we have a mother of a virus ripping through a major company file.
Okay, throw me some numbers. Okay, give me your password.
My IT
My
brain.
password?
Out with it.
Oral cum shot.
Oral cum shot? Yeah, that fits. Holy shit. You know, there's not too many people around who can develop a sophisticated virus like this one.
What the hell is even that? Can you pull it out for us?
Well, yeah. But the virus has destroyed 75% of the program already. Why didn't you call me the minute it started attacking?
I tried to stop it myself, but I couldn't. I didn't want to have to call you.
Well, if Dell Tech wasn't so cheap, they'd have someone like me on staff full time. Don't touch anything. I'm pulling the virus out.
Thanks, buddy. I mean, I am sorry.
It hurts so bad.
Say,
My
Richard,
man.
how many people at Dell Tech had access to this file?
I'm not sure. Why?
The virus that's destroying this file didn't come from an outside line. Someone at Dell Tech placed it there.
How can you tell that?
I guess you were sleeping during that chapter when Ted was training us.
Why would someone at Dell Tech place a virus?
I don't know. Why did you?
You're nuts. I wouldn't. You just...
Richard, I know your work.
Steve, I swear.
You never learn. You and your little fucking games. Well, I hope for your sake this file has a backup.
It doesn't.
I think I already know more than I want to. Okay.
You've got mail.
The virus has been transferred on my
Genitalia.
disk.
I hope you can keep this between us.
I won't bill Dell Tech for this, but if they trace the transfer of the virus to me, I won't cover for you. Not again. Okay, bye. Okay, smartass. Let's see what this mystery's all about. Password. Oh, I know that.
Oral cum shot? Yeah, that fits. Throw me some numbers.
Throw me some numbers. Hot ass. Filter.
Holy Christ. Yeah, like, I just wonder, like, if I was a little kid and you asked me what I thought gay dudes watched on TV, it would have been, like, literally that. If I was, like, a little kid, like, what do you think, like, gay guys, like, watch for gay TV? Like, it was just been that. All right, throw
They
me
probably
some
watch,
numbers.
like, Murder, She Throats.
Murder. God damn it. Bed knobs and broomsticks. Not to be confused with the other bed knobs and broomsticks. What happened to you? What corrupted you? Well,
oh my
one
god!
day when
Now I
I
need
was
to check
6
to see
years
if there's
old.
a bear Back to the Future.
A bareback. What happened to you?
Hey, there is.
When I was 5 years
It's
old.
about a time traveling cock ring.
Just the cock ring. Like, it's not like you put your dick in it and you use it to travel through time. It just the cock ring. Like, is there just like a ring that shows up in front of King Solomon, and he's just like, hey, if you don't want the baby and you won't take the what is this? This is a bit too large for my thumb. Like it just like appears at historic moments in time. I could work with that. I could workshop that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to see that again.
The fuck's incapacitator.
The fuck's I don't know what to tell you.
It's a book though, at least, so that might be a safe.
Wait, they made a book of it?
That's what it is. It's not a movie. It's a book.
Oh, well, that's not the same. Why would that even show up in the results?
Because I wasn't like specifying movie. I was just looking for a title.
Oh, you just typed in bareback to the beach with no specification. Oh man, sorry. We should play more Diablo, dude.
Yeah, I'm up for it.
I don't even know if Greg is listening.
You can't hear Greg?
Yeah, I am.
Greg's been talking this whole time. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness. I for some reason I turned down his stream volume and it turned down his volume.
You must have right-clicked on the wrong icon when they were all on the screen.
That was weird.
Okay, well, I mean, I ain't calling you out, but...
Yeah, he was at 0 for some reason.
At least you figured out the problem. I have Windows 12 or Windows 11 doing this weird shit where
very cursed.
It does this thing where it's like when I turn my monitor back on, when I have multiple monitors turned on, it says you have already chosen a program to do the toolbar auto hide. You cannot pick more than one. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And then I go to my Windows desktop and there's a little, here, I'll take a screenshot of it. Or I'll let you see it. I'm gonna stream it as a display capture. Here. I don't even care. There's nothing pornographic or nasty or anything on my desktop. You see this down here? This thing. This thing down here. What's my best? I haven't played Star Fox 64 in like 10 years. Sorry, I couldn't tell you. But
No idea what that
this
is.
little guy, I can't move
I've never
it.
seen that.
It always does it for one of the two copies of FL Studio for me. You know, I have the one that uses the interface for my voice stuff and effects and soundboard, and then the one for my music loop, I just have that set to primary Windows sound card output. And one of them, the first one, it always gets this little bar. This is my desktop. These are my icons, like whatever. But like this comes up every 5 or 6 days that I run my computer. And I don't know why. It's just there. If I click close on it, it'll ask me on my FL Studio, do I want to save changes? So this is a copy of the task or the toolbar of my FL Studio. It's always FL Studio. And this always happens when I turn this main monitor off. This one that you guys see, this is my middle monitor. This is the one that I use for, you know, Blender and animating and DaVinci Resolve and everything. Like, this is my main monitor. But always, whenever I leave it sleeping for like a few minutes or an hour or whatever, it brings this thing up down here. And when I hit my start menu, like, that shows up in front of it, but it's still there. And I can't get rid of it. I can't move it. I can't adjust it. Clicking restore does nothing. But when I click close, it takes me to FL Studio. You can see me here. Bear Back to the Future. See, I'm not afraid of my alt tabs. You can look it up. It's not a pattern of behavior. Stop. It's not a pattern of behavior. Sorry. A short gay what does it say? A short gay erotic payday?
Parody.
Parody. Okay, yeah, that's what it's like, the clock through. A short gay erotic parody. Bear Back to the Future. Oh my fucking god, dude. That's insane. Anyhow. Yeah, that little thing down there is weird. I don't know what to do with it. I mean, it doesn't really bother me, but I do want to know why Windows 11 specifically is doing it. Wait, what? I miss playing Sega Genesis.
Are you intentionally leaving the screen blank on the stream?
No.
Didn't think
Is
so.
it?
There you go.
Lord, I'm so sorry. That's not me, even though we're sharing the same plug-in effect. That's totally coming from someone else. I swear. Is it doing that weird thing on my face?
Yeah.
When did it start doing that?
When you brought the screen back up, I guess, yeah.
I might leave it on. It becomes me. I am AI face tracking dumb shithead on stream. Look at him trying to use a blender for a Maya 3D Max's job. I do. What's another Genesis song? Yeah. Sega Genesis sounded like Super Nintendo had a lot of cool songs. It sure did. Some of the just as many songs from Super Nintendo are nostalgic to me as Sega Genesis. At least the exact same amount. But yeah, the Sega Genesis was a little sharper and a little more manly than the Super Nintendo sound card, I guess. FM synth, I like it. I'm sorry.
Streets of Rage. That had.
Yeah, dude, it was so sick. It was so sick.
Yes. 2 and 3 had probably the best.
Streets of Rogue was good. I know it's not a Sega Genesis game, but it emulated it so hard. There we go. I better save that. That's a cool thing, though. Like, if I was born a little bit later and I was obsessed with Sonic the Hedgehog, I would have seen Chris Chan and been like, yep, I don't want to be like that person, so, like, nah, I don't think I like Sonic anymore. I don't know, like, I had my own versions of Chris Chan when I was younger. I went online, and I was like, I went online thinking I was the biggest Sonic the Hedgehog fan in the world. I was like, what, this internet thing? There's no way that anyone, like, let alone anyone that liked Sonic the Hedgehog as much as I do, there's no chance that there's anyone like that going to be on this, like, weird computer thing that my dad bought. Because that's what it was. Like, I had no idea what the fucking internet was. My stepdad in 1994, he was just like, oh, you've got this computer, and you can go online, and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, whoa, what the hell? And yeah, I went on there and looked up other Sonic the Hedgehog fans, and a lot of them were like 30 years older than me and really perverted. And I was just like, I don't think I like Sonic the Hedgehog anymore. Yeah. Sorry, I just, yeah, it kind of sucked. I don't care, it wasn't traumatic or anything, it was just like, okay, I think I don't like Sonic anymore, and I just went back to liking Star Fox, and nobody on the fucking internet gave a shit about Star Fox. They're like two girls and didn't like me and a guy and some people who did some fan fictions or whatever. And I was like 13 years old. I was like, wouldn't it be cool if like Fox McCloud like, you know, like went on a rampage of revenge and it was gritty and grim dark and then he got an eye patch like Wolf, but it was the other eye. So like symbolically they thought that like their vision was like, yeah, like dude, you know, like 12-year-old on DeviantArt kind of vibe. I don't know. Everybody knows what it's like when you're like 12 years old. You're like, yeah, and he's wearing a bulletproof vest and blue jeans and a Nirvana shirt, and he doesn't give a fuck. And it's a machine gun. What kind of machine gun? Well, just the one that's like, it's like, you don't know anything about guns. I don't know. Like a machine gun. The ones that are like blow people away. Yeah. That was fun. It was definitely fun being that ignorant and that easily made to be complacent. I don't know. I hate drawing my hands in this case. What games am I currently going through? I am currently playing Signalis. Lord, I'd be up in that Signalis. They just about give me a infarction. Lord, that Signalis just about give me a cardioid infarction. Like, there's this part in the game, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a part in the game where you go in a room and it's like there's a copy of every enemy you've ever fought in the game. There's one of each, even the bosses. It's just like this entire room of just super tough enemies, and you have like 5 bullets. It's very intimidating. It's like what? It's like in the original Silent Hill. Remember in the original Silent Hill, you go into a room and you're like, okay, I have the rifle, but it's empty. I have 2 shots for my shotgun, and I have 5 bullets. And you go into the next part of the mall, or in the dark world, and there's like 14 enemies in it. And you're like, what the fuck do I do? And you just run. You just fucking run through the whole thing, and that's where the terror comes from. Not the horror, but the terror. There is a difference. I forget what it is, but that's not the one I wanted. 1, 2, 3, and yeah, that one. Sorry. Craig, did you want to play a little bit?
Yeah, I've been for that. I would be down.
I've already been going almost 5 hours. I've been keeping a good streak going though. I've tried to keep it long. I'm going to be working for another 4 or 5 hours probably after we're done doing Diablo, but for now, how many viewers ready? How many? I'll probably be back tomorrow. We'll see. No promises. But thank you for coming by, and have a happy Canada Day.